Hey, Doovid here. Welcome to Year in Review. Okay, God bless. Should have Church of Entropy joining any minute. So I've not streamed for about 3.5 months, besides for a few chess streams. But I have been in contact with Jennifer. We're working on projects. We're still talking, and reached out, asked if she wanted to do a year in review, and she agreed, and I guess here she is. So thank God. Jennifer,
Hi.
welcome to Year in Review.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. I'm looking forward to it. Even though I'm not like super organized, because the only thing I've been really systematically working on all year has been my book length stuff, which you said we shouldn't talk about on this too much, which I think I mostly agree with that. Safe to just say that it's like happening. But yeah, I'm glad to talk about it because I have been I'm glad to do a year in review because I've been thinking about basically the same stuff all year. And I'm happy to share it with everyone. So yeah, wave more for nice to see you. Tinkle, it's been a while, and hopefully everybody's had a good year.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone shows up or wants to join. My numbers were somewhat dwindling. So let me first briefly explain why I stopped streaming, although I discussed it somewhat when I stopped streaming in September. And then I'll do a year in review and some of the projects I've been working on and still working on, and possibly might get back into related to streaming. Then hand it off to Jennifer to do the same. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about possible projects we're working on, and different issues, and see if anyone shows up, or various research topics. So besides the fact that my numbers were somewhat dwindling, but not that bad. But Week in Review had gotten pretty low live audience, like to just like 3 to 5 people watching. Although still had decent amount of people watching. Okay, Lambie, yeah, God bless, good to see you. At least after the show, but the numbers were decreasing, and it was basically just me reading papers, which I don't mind, and we'll talk about that. But basically, what happened is I got the Jewish holidays happened. So I missed a few weeks because of the Jewish holidays that happen, near September every year. And then I got offered a job as a chess coach in a Detroit public school, Martin Luther King High School, which I took. I mean, it's just part time, a few times a week, and I decided that um, I was a little bit scared of doing something that might interfere with the coaching, like, because originally I had to get through security and like police background check, and I didn't know, like, maybe someone's going to complain or something would happen. And I mean, just for my week in review was pretty tame, because most of what I was doing was just reading papers. But even that, because like I was reading papers on, I was moving into gifted and talented education, and different philosophy of mind. But I thought it might just look a little weird that, why am I reading into the camera for hours these papers that hardly anybody cares about? And then also, because I was pretty much covering the war, I had a tendency to be bashing Israel, because I'm not, I'm not a big fan of what's happening in the war and how Israel's conducting the war. And it was kind of just like weekly criticism of Israel, covering the war in a regular update. And I didn't want to continue with that. Like, it didn't make sense that I was gonna like be doing like a weekly kind of like anti-Israel update. Although I still am against the war, so Week in Review eventually fell apart, and I stopped doing it. Um, Although it's remotely possible I could pick that back up. And then also, I was doing my metaphysics series, like when I cover, I'll screen share in some of the research, because last year this time I was finishing up my philosophy of science series that took me a long time when me and Jennifer had her change in schedule, and that was over a year and a half ago. That was Passover, a year and 8 months ago that we stopped doing Week in Review together. And I took Week in Review solo on my show, and I just started the Philosophy of Science series. And then I took a few months off, and I finally finished it around this time last year. And then I decided I was going to go into a metaphysics series. And I also started this Portraits in Metaphysics, and I was actually enjoying that quite a bit. It had some viewership. It was also like I just have like one or two people watching, and it was basically me reading from the Plato Stanford Encyclopedia, but it had decent viewership after the fact, and I was gaining a lot from it. But it was a lot of work, and I wasn't sure. Am I really going to spend hundreds and hundreds of hours just reading the encyclopedia, and the research? Where was it going? Was I building a community? Though I found it meaningful, and still might continue it, but I stopped doing that. So so unfortunately, Week Review fell apart. I have still been on Twitter Spaces. I had my big debate with Daniel E. Kwakachu on Modern Day Debate. That was almost 8 months ago, and that got over 100,000 views on his channel. I think my conversation with Keith Woods may have already been 2023, not 2024. That might have been the year before. I had a Twitter space with Arvel that was a little bit interesting on Plato, and Claire Kaw set me up, mostly Muslims, but like I was on Twitter Spaces or YouTube channels of I've shared this stuff on Twitter, or some of the stuff I'm not even sure where it is. I may not even have shared it, of a handful of streamers from around the world that I've spoken to, from Claire, most recently Machine Lies, who actually happens to be here in Michigan, University of Michigan alumni. And I was, in fact, on his channel last week. I think Lambie was there, or a few other people. I've spoken to Luke Ford maybe on his channel 10 times. I think Stephen James, we were doing a weekly show, and that was already 2023, where we were doing it almost weekly, and it was mostly like an Israeli war update. And I think 2024 that fell apart, but I was a guest on Stephen James' um, Christmas show, which I guess he got pretty good viewership. He got like 30 guests, and so still around. So I'm still around on Twitter Space. Probably the most frequent thing I'm around is as a guest on Albert Bashai's Twitter Space, which is, I mean, God forbid it is really anti-war activism. So like I almost just would have disappeared. I wasn't going to disappear, but I still am very outspoken critic of Zionism and the war. And so I'm a regular guest on Albert Bashai, who does X Spaces almost daily. Um, Kevin McCarran, maybe we spoke a few times. I think he took a break off. So, if you follow me on Twitter, I'm a little bit active up here on Twitter Spaces. No More News has had Twitter Spaces that I've been part of. And, I've got involved in, so to say, the Jesus deception, the historical Jesus debate, the mythology of the Bible, and various topics that interest me. But that's basically my year in review. And after Jennifer L. show, so when I started coaching chess again, I reopened up my account on the chess server, and I restarted blogging. And I'm trying to start a new series of blogs on the science of expertise. And I reissued some of my older blogs, more designed for the chess server. I started creating like lesson plans for my chess club. I mean, my chess team. And I put myself on the chess server. So now I'm blogging again. And that's had pretty good success, actually. In fact, I'm one on Lee Chess. I'll show some of those off. I'm one of the top bloggers on the chess server, and feeling good about the research going on there. So I'll hand it over to Jennifer, and anything she wants to share for the last year, what she's been up to, and I'll mention it's been interesting, teaching high school, coaching chess, a lot of impersonal things, and competitive chess, and to put some of my ideas to work. and try to be more active IRL, because I appreciate seeing some of the same names in the chat, Lambie and Elemental Tamago and Wave Morpher, and it's always good to see people and people share the same ideas. But yeah, I wanted to focus more on IRL, and chess is probably the most successful thing. I'm also selling books and organizing my dad's library, and God forbid, and we can review also was the Samantha Wool murder trial that I covered, and I thought that the person they arrested for that was innocent, and I covered that trial, and actually that got decent viewership, but it was also very depressing because they tried a lot. Most of my Jewish friends thought that this man they brought to charge was guilty, and I thought he was innocent, and he was found innocent. It was a hung jury, so now her murder remains unsolved. So I covered that, and I watched the whole trial, and I even spoke to a few people for like a month or two related to that, and that was a big event this year when I was still streaming, and it's kind of depressing, but it made me want to be more
Yeah.
active in the Detroit community, and the chess is probably the most success I've had, and I'm taking care of my parents who are aging, and my eBay business. I've been taking that more seriously, so I've expanded my business, and I got books all over the place in my dad's library, and various things. So I'll hand it now over to Jennifer for whatever update she wants to give.
Hello. I think I've been pretty subdued for live streams in 2024. I did like one flat earth debate, which just wasn't that good. Like I couldn't get any traction. So I wasn't impressed by it. I don't even have the link. I was just thinking I would spend the entire time talking about how I read probably like, let's say 5 average of AI articles a day. Because,
I would say since I always read a lot, but since I stopped streaming, I've probably read like 200 books in the last 3 months,
damn.
which is probably definitely double what I usually read. But you're definitely pounding down my research and catching up on a lot of interesting topics. But we will discuss that after. But continue, Jen.
Yeah, so sometimes when I get like exasperated, that I'll like, because like asking God for answers is sort of a double edged sword. Like, did I really want to know that? Or was I enjoying the mystique, the mystery of not fully knowing? Okay, I'm low. Apparently, my volume is low. So, maybe you can just lower your own volume because this computer is just like kind of starting to not be great. And I thought it was loud enough, and it looks like my thing is moving, but Dr. Freeman says 200 books is impossible. I totally believe it because
I
his
increased your
recall
mic
is really
volume.
good. Oh, good.
I'm not sure if people in the chat could
Yeah,
give a
just let
heads up.
us know in the chat if it's okay.
I mean, you're sounding a little low to me, but um, I probably read like 2 to 3 books a day, and like I probably spend 8 hours a day reading. So most of I stopped buying books because one thing, my dad is getting rid of books, so my dad is giving me hundreds of books, and most of the books I just download. And but I would say I read 2 to 3 books a day. So in 4 months, in 3.5 months, that's 200 books.
Yeah, that's great. That's really great. I don't read any books, so that's pretty clear in my writing. Not that I think my writing would be any better if I spent my time reading books, but good for you. I've just been like deep in contemplation about various things because like sometimes I'll just like ask God and get the answer instantly on stuff. So I was like, what do I do now, intellectual wise or whatever? I guess as I turned 40 this year is like kind of a big year for me to turn 40. Like, I'm fucking old now, for sure. There's no doubt. Yeah.
We could talk about speed reading
See, like, I think she should, yeah, but I just want to finish what I'm saying. Like,
okay, just if it's in the chat, I put Jennifer's volume as high as it goes, so hopefully it's not going to be an issue.
yeah,
Hopefully,
just like let us know. It does look maybe better now. I don't know. I don't know if it's a midlife crisis or what, but I just, yeah, it was a difficult time, but I just sort of thought, like, what do I do? You know, like, what's the next step? And the answer is that it doesn't matter. So I figure if it doesn't matter, then I might as well just do what I want. And I guess the idea is like, whatever else I could do in this lifetime is just going to get trounced by the phenomenon of AI, which like people can't seem to be able to overstate or whatever in terms of importance and relevance. And put it on par with like the Industrial Revolution or the transistor, and that's pretty much all I've been following all year. I mean, I do like to keep my finger on the pulse of like just like random. I mean, everyone who's been watching for a long time knows I love shit streams, but it's as a side dish to a full-on intellectual lifestyle. Yeah, so if you have stories from how AI has helped you, and I'd love to hear about them. I have not tried cajoling AI into writing a coherent long-form story because it's an emulator, not a simulator. So like, I understand how this stuff works. I followed it for so long. So I don't try to task it with something I know it can't do. But I mean, Doooovid can attest to this. Like in 2024, I've been using AI to help me write versus but prior to that, like I've been writing since 2016. So yeah. Hi, Ruin. Nice to see you. But I feel like amazing, basically. Anytime I get like a little sad, I just think about AI and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so happy again. Wow. And then like I watch Sam Altman videos and I'm just like, I just want to give him a hug. You know what I mean? Anyway. Other than that, I'm thinking like that's about it. So goal overall, I'm at the point where I can kind of like maybe plan basically a coherent book length undertaking, which Doooovid's been helping me with a whole bunch. And I feel like it's gotten better. He doesn't seem to think I've made as much progress as I feel that I have, but writing is just like a pretty arduous, no matter who you are. And yeah, like Dr. Freeman says, AI can be useful if you know how to use it. It's like, how much time has the average person spent contemplating the philosophy of technology? Because that's really what it is. It's like if you go from a scarcity situation of knowledge here, and it's not exactly perfect Pramana knowledge, but it's like a simulation of knowledge. How do you like adjust from going from like what I've heard described as a privation, but like is scarcity conditions, and then to go from that to overabundance of something you didn't even know was a resource. It's like, what would it mean if we had suddenly had 10 times more water or something, like as an example, 10 times more? I don't know. Lanny says AI is good in images, which is weird since apparently they suck at captcha. Okay, so I wrote an article. That's the whole point of writing the articles on this stuff, is that was my follow-up article to my original 20, whatever, 60 or what, no, sorry, 18 article. Whatever year it was. It's there. If you'd read the article, the follow-up to the original, you'd see that I describe how the images thing work, and it's actually the images is in a way simpler than the text because we are already in an image. Like if I say your images that you see from your vision are connected to signal processing or sampling theory, that's like something. It's like a, what is really happening, philosophy of technology, if you're looking at your body as a technology. And then the AI is just like modeled on that very good cognition, which if you think about it, like we're evolved for something. We're optimizing something in our evolution. And therefore it shows that some type of optimization is even possible. And yeah, of course you can have semantic optimization, right? But images isn't even, it's like the images is the simplest form of semantic optimization. It's recognizing shapes and then identifying what's in the shape or what the shape consists of, right? Like, oh, that's an apple. I can tell because there's a outline of the apple and that I signal processed. So, that comment, I'm sorry to say, just caught me off guard. It's just like, to me, you're the opposite of a mute. But yeah, I have been missing our streams and all the fun, but I also feel like taking a break from streaming is it's good sometimes because it's like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this stuff? It's good to take a break and then reevaluate stuff and then come back to it. And like, there's just been an insane amount of growth in AI that I want to just like, go on Google News and not necessarily get Google News alerts for it, but just like check it like not every day even, but weekly at least. Love to hear your thoughts, Doooovid, at some point, and like, how big you think that actually is.
Yeah. So my streaming had basically reduced to just reading articles and then listening to it back, although it prepared. So, like, like Dr. Freeman was mentioning, how much am I really absorbing by reading 2 or 3 books a day? Most of what I do is speed read. Occasionally, if it's interesting or important, I will read it more slowly. But when I was streaming, I, for the Metaphysics series, I slowed down to read it word for word. I read the same thing sometimes 10 times. I highlighted it that for the Metaphysics series. And for the week in review, I used to read articles probably like 4 or 5 times. And then on week in review, I would read the whole article out word for word. And then I would listen back to myself in 2-speed. So, then I was really accumulating a deep understanding of these topics, even memorizing, getting very good in versatility of, comfortability in, factual speaking quotes and various things. And I miss doing that actually in terms like, cause I wasn't having much interaction, a handful of people, Mr. Boston, if he shows up, some of the people in the chat would still pop in to listen to me read papers. But honestly, even if no one listened to me, I miss doing the research of reading the papers multiple times, then reading it out loud, and then listening to myself back read that. And even if I was just like as a profession, I mean, it wasn't as a profession. It was more just my pure interest. But like let's say professionally, I got a job making books on tape, books on CD, or something like that. I enjoyed doing that. I felt it was improving. It was helping me understand things in my research. And I almost want to go back to doing it. Even if I didn't have any interaction, my numbers kept on going down. I miss just reading papers and doing the research. But I'm not sure if I'm going to go back to doing that. And although, definitely I would like, um, more interaction, like, Claire Call, Twitter Spaces, Vince.
Yeah, but it's going to be, if you want more interaction, it's going to be with people like Claire Caw. Yeah.
Yeah. So and most of it's on Twitter now, not on YouTube. So I am on Twitter now in like X Spaces. But yeah, I kind of occasionally, like most of the time, I appear either as like an anti-Zionist activist, anti-war activist, or as an independent Jewish scholar. And I mean, you had said I don't really think I'm a token Jew in the sense that usually I'm not a regular in a space where there would be like a token Jew and I would be the token Jew. Usually it's a space where they just want questions answered. And once the questions are answered, I'm no longer part of it. So, like, even like Adam Green, occasionally, if he needs a Jew to answer some questions, like he needs a Jew on the panel, he might choose me, or if he's doing the space, might bring me up. But I'm not really like a token Jew where like I'm always there or part of anything. I'm just a occasional expert panelist, and I enjoy doing that, and probably will keep on doing that. And but my interest in the research on philosophy of mind, philosophy of science, metaphysics still interest me. I found this guy Machine Lies from Claire Caw, and I joined his stream the last few weeks a few times, and he's probably even streaming soon tonight, and going a while. He's got interesting. He's big reader and scholar in different topics. Um, but yeah, I'm not sure the future of that, but that was at least more interesting because you were talking about books and ideas that interested me. But you just get these large panels, or different things that don't interest me, or the dynamics of streaming. So I might be a little bit down on streaming. I thought, yeah, I'm not sure I have an audience if I'm going to produce material to try to put myself out there as like a scholar or professor, where instead of just reading articles.
You're already out there as that though. If you're getting solicited for subject matter expertise, then you might already be at that stage.
Well, only Judaism. Judaism's the only matter I'm ever solicited for subject matter expertise. But saying on metaphysics or philosophy of science, where I would, instead of reading articles, I would prepare um, slides or presentations. And maybe at some point, 2025, you'll see that happening, where I'll start preparing presentations. Your finalizations, you have to follow me on Twitter, Doooovid on Twitter. So almost all of my activity is on Twitter. I'll share my Twitter link on so if I have Discord also linked from, but if you want to follow that, you should follow me on Twitter. Yeah, like um, Adam Green might have a space next Tuesday with a different Chabadster. I might join that. So let me do a quick screen share just to show. Okay, so my YouTube, if see here, I streamed the Horde Chess World Championship, and I actually was on the Lee Chess server. So first of all, I rejoined Lee Chess, and you see I'm one of the top blog. I've made it into the top 10 a few times. This one's my article. It's out of the top 10 now, but on the page of their blogs, and it was even on the main page where they promote 3 blogs. So the last few blogs I've done have made it to the front page. And so I got my crowns on some of the variants from the top players, and I even played in the marathon to be one of the top players on Lee Chess. And I'm even I have my streaming profile. I got approved as an official Lee Chess streamer. I streamed the variant Horde Chess Championship, but I first joined to make studies. These are like chess studies, and basically I just copied famous chess books that are as lesson plans, and that's why I first joined the chess server, to do that for my coaching. And then I started blogging, and I actually wasn't going to play chess at all, but on Lee Chess you can't actually make a blog till you played a few games. So I played like 1,500 games of chess, but I wasn't even going to play chess. And so the first thing I did, I just copied these old famous chess books out, some material for my students. And then um, our club in Detroit had a very good showing. Here's a picture. We had a celebration. We had a chess cake with chocolate chess pieces and, the regular coaching. And we went to Lansing, and the Detroit team won the state championship. And, so I posted pictures on the chess server, and you could see that got 85 hearts and over 3,000 views. So that was my first actual blog, and it was made the top 10. And then I decided, let me try blogging, and I was going to blog models of expertise, where I was going to go over, this was really the main area that I wanted to research the whole time, that was the science of expertise. So I figured I'd blog on the chess server because I had the most success on the chess server. So there was two things. I had Doooovid.com, and I decided I was maybe 50 people a month were looking at Doooovid.com, and who knows whether they just clicked on it or actually looked at it. But it was costing me $200 a year to have Doooovid.com. So I canceled Doooovid.com, and so that was also part of the reason I was going to blog on the chess server, to save the money. I mean, I could do like Jennifer or something and use Substack or one of the other blogging, but I like Lee Chess, and chess is probably still my biggest claim to fame or popularity. I think I already got.
Have you ever tried WordPress?
No.
Okay. I find it pretty good.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine, but I just figured, I'm most known as a chess player, so I just used the Lee Chess server for my blog, and then I tried to make it more. So I wrote my first blog piece on models of expertise, stages from novice to master, introduction. I started including pictures, and I also started using Grammarly. And so the first one was just an introduction to models of expertise and the history of models of expertise. And my plan was to cover the major models of expertise using this book by Ramanatri, The Models of Skill Acquisition and Expertise Development, 23 major models and theories. I might not cover all 23, but at least 10 of them. And so I did part one, and it only got 22 hearts and 1,000 views. And so I didn't do part two. Then one of the chess variants that I covered the world championship, and I guess I have a reasonable reputation for this variant. And I streamed the world championship, and I even had the world champion, the top players came on to give interviews and commentary on my channel. The chess server even promoted, when the world championship was going, my commentary, and made me an official streamer. So I wrote a blog on this chess variant, horde strategy, how to approach strategy in this variant. And I might continue to blog specifically on these chess variants, but that one did reasonably well, 2,500 views, 87 hearts. And then I decided I would republish some of my older blog posts again, now that I was using Grammarly. So this person who's in charge of the Horde Chess, the moderator for Horde Chess variant on Lee Chess, was telling me about Grammarly. So I use Grammarly for this blog, and then I said, okay, I'll republish some of my older blog posts that I published a few years ago, and I'll use Grammarly, and I'll edit them. And so the first one and I'll try to make them more specific to chess improvement, as opposed to just general things that I wrote about in the past. But because I'm blogging on the chess server, I'd make them specific. So the first one was the republish that I did 2-3 years ago, chunking theory and memory techniques, and this one got the least views of any of them, although partly that could have been because I published it during the world championship and there were so many other blogs or competition that it didn't get as much views, because at that during the world championship of the chess between Ding and Gukesh, there were so many blog posts that it may not have got seen. But so I republished that, and then I republished Kotov's chess candidate moves and analysis trees, and that one broke 1,000 views, made it to the top 10, and I added some pictures and edited it, and I felt I felt good about that. And then I republished my essay on cognitive dissonance, although not only did I use Grammarly to edit it, I specifically made it about chess improvement, and I kind of gave it an interesting hook line for the chess server that made people click on it and even post. And this so far was my best to date. It got almost 5,000 views, 146 hearts. It was in the top 10 posts on the server for a few days on the main page, and I subtitled it, "Why do the least enjoyable training methods have the largest impact?" And I added some graphics. So here is Leon Festiner's original book, When Prophecy Fails, that has kind of the cute picture of the alien invasion, and I put like Hoosiers, kind of these like tough training methods. In like Detroit, a lot of chess coaches coach chess like football, and one of the guys I'm working with, I say he reminded me of the Gene Hackman character from Hoosiers, and then deliberate practice. But I specifically tried to, it's the same article where I just go over cognitive dissonance and the history of it from 2 years ago, except I added in a paragraph at the beginning and two more paragraphs at the end of specifying it to chess improvement. And then I added in some pictures. And then just a few days ago, I republished my essay, Science of Consciousness Conference and the Penrose-Hameroff Hypothesis. But I subtitled it, Does One Need a Theory of Mind to Understand Chess Improvement? So I tried to make it specific to chess improvement, that people on the chess server probably could care less about the Science of Consciousness Conference. I used to, when I published my blog on the chess server, people always like, why you publish on the chess server? What's this have to do with chess? So I added in, a few paragraphs to make it specific to chess. And Roger Penrose is a chess player, and people know in his seminars he sometimes gives this chess puzzle about a problem that the computers didn't used to be able to solve, and so I included that in there. And I actually put like, well, with this introduction to consciousness studies, how does this influence theories, models of expertise, specifically chess improvement? To some extent, it doesn't. The science of consciousness has little influence on models of expertise and almost none on chess training. Although most players, trainers, and educators try to use science-based evidence for their training methods, little exists. Most evidence-based practices are based on statistics and psychometric data, simply replicating what works based on statistical studies of psychometric data. Trainers might be more likely to use heuristics and traditional methods predating the cognitive revolution. Many coaches, trainers, and educators are mystics, not bound at all by the application of the scientific method. Chess studies that want to be in as much accordance as possible with the scientific method generally follow the reductionist approach of neural correlates of consciousness, focusing on studies that might track eye movement or measure brain activity while performing specific chess tasks. The chunking theory is more in line with integrated information theory, attempting to build up expertise from the smallest units of understanding. But currently, most chunking-based theories, although possibly related to how neurons work, are more based on computer models. Moving forward with our tour of the major models of expertise, advanced students should note that the related presuppositions about consciousness and what type of scientific evidence there is for the models, if any. Almost all the evidence is based on statistical analysis of psychometric data, which can effectively tell what works or not, but provides little evidence for why one method or model has more explanatory power. Also, understanding the problematic nature of the interdisciplinary approach required explains why there is so many different models, often with contradictory implications, but we will do our best to draw out commonalities towards a universal model of expertise, specifically universal principles for chess improvement. So there you have my blog on the chess server, and I will be writing more directly towards chess improvement. So, people want to follow my blog. It's on Lee Chess, and it will somewhat be geared towards chess players who want to get better at chess and how this will help them in their chess improvement. But it should be, general, and we'll see. Maybe I'll try to write more for a general audience right now. But now my only blog is on the chess server, and Doooovid.com is still up, but it's going to expire in a few weeks. So, just looking at my YouTube page, the last streams I did was in September, and I got through Metaphysics 10 and Portraits in Metaphysics 9. So I did 19 streams in my Metaphysics series. The last week in review I did was 9/15/24, and I was talking about cycles of history. I got into gifted and talented, related to science of models of expertise. What does it mean to be gifted and talented? And is expertise purely based on training, or is there some element of natural born talent? So I covered this big debate between, I guess the archetype is Anders Ericsson, who's my favorite, and he's the deliberate practice guy that basically rejects natural talent. And then there's the multifaceted Gagne is the biggest expert who's talent, and they had a debate. And I was covering some of that. Before that, I looked at historical cycles. I looked at group identity, the origins of group identity. Ralph was on once. I'd covered for a long time like sociology, things related to group identity. I did a deep dive on conspiracy theories, the sociology, psychology of conspiracy theories, for like a month. I went to the Hare Krishna Ratha Yatha this year. I said I covered the Samantha Wool trial, and like the war in Israel was a regular occurrence for week in review, and I covered a whole bunch of interesting topics. Like I did my debate with Daniel Kwakachu, and I prepared the slides and presentation for that, and different topics. So let me just round off, or we'll finish by looking at the two major things. So I finished at the beginning of this year. I finished my series on. Okay, sorry about that. I finished my series on the philosophy of science, which I had started in 2023, right before Jennifer had her schedule change and we stopped doing week in review. And I finally finished basically a complete overview of the philosophy of science. And, I covered, so metaphysics is like Aristotle said, like, first you should start with science, physics, and metaphysics is what's beyond physics. So first I started like with what science is, what we know about science, the philosophy of science. And then from there, I moved into metaphysics. And so I first started out straight metaphysics, and so the first episode, just what is metaphysics, and I looked at the related fields of epistemology and ontology, the topics it covers, like the Greek origins uh, of first principles, or the various questions of causality, and then I did historical Greek, the historical origins from the Greeks of Greek skepticism, Plato and Aristotle, um, Platonism, and then I looked at some topics in metaphysics of experience, concepts, analytic philosophy, uh, and then I did a deep dive into Isaac Newton and Descartes, and I was going to do Leibniz. So when I started the metaphysics series, I was like, wow, this is really complex and it's hard to understand, and all these issues. Like I like the historical method of like, well, let's start with the ancient Greeks till today and understand how the ideas progressed over time. And I decided that a better way to go about it would be to do biography. So right after I started the metaphysics series, so just put that playlist if anyone's interested. Oh, Joseph Robin, good to see you. Also, happy Hanukkah. Um, so after I started the metaphysics series, I decided it might be more apropos to do portraits in metaphysics to just cover some of the major thinkers and the whole corpus of their thought, because there were such big names and personalities like Kant and that thought about everything. So I actually started a biography series, and that was longer than the metaphysics series. I did 10 of them, most of them with like 4 or 5. So I covered at least 40 major thinkers. I started first with the logicians, Kant, Russell, Frege, Wittgenstein, Bolzano. Then I went to Leibniz, Fichte, the German idealist, Fichte, Windelbaum. Um, in the beginning, I was covering people more related to the philosophy of science, like Whewell, Poincare, Mach, Duhem, Helmholtz, Ibn Sina. Then after that, I decided, like, well, let's just cover all these important topics, not just related to the philosophy of science. So I did one on American pragmatism, Pierce, James, Dewey, Mead, and Rorty. Then I decided, let me go and cover some of the important philosophers that covered a whole host of topics, not just metaphysics and philosophy of science, although they had ideas on it. And I looked at some of the major names: Locke, Berkeley, Hume, Hegel, and Schopenhauer. And then from there, I decided, let me do the thinkers at the founding of the Royal Society. So we looked at Bacon, Hobbes, Cavendish, Boyle, and Newton. Cavendish being the first woman in the series I covered. Um, and then from there is like, well, let's look at the founding of the French Royal Academy and the French Enlightened. So we looked at Descartes, Mersenne, and Pierre Bayle. And then more looked at Gassendi and Arnault. And and then from there is like, well, let's go to the Renaissance and the beginning of the scientific revolution, the Italians. So we looked at Copernicus, Talesio, Galileo, Bruno, Giovanni Bruno, that one of the first monists, and Kepler. Then we did some more Italians: Machiavelli, Cardano, Campanella, Zabarella, and Spinoza. And then I did a deep dive into Newton's philosophy and um, Descartes' philosophy, and I was going to do after that Leibniz and then Kant, and I ended up stopping the series. And I might go back to it. I was learning quite a bit. I was finding it pretty meaningful, but it was basically just me reading the encyclopedia. And like I said, it was a whole bunch of research. So um, it was a whole bunch of research. Like I said, like I would read through the entry multiple times. A lot of times I would read a few books. Like I would go through the bibliography, read through articles, sometimes whole books on the subject, and then I would highlight it. And then eventually I would stream, I would read through what I highlight, and then I would listen back in two speed. And I felt like I was really gaining understandings like metaphysics, a deeper philosophical understanding. But I saw how big the topic was. I was like, I probably was going to have to do 100 videos. And like, okay, I did 10 videos on the philosophy of science, and I was at like 17 videos or something like that. Like really, 27 videos. So like 25% of the way there. And I was like, okay, I'm going to cover the names of like the French thinkers. I had prepared, I was going to do, like Pascal and, some of the other original thinkers of the French Enlightenment. And then I was going to move into Leibniz. And then I was going to do the thinkers between Leibniz and Kant. And then I was going to do a deep dive into Kant. And then, from there, I would try to get to the Vienna Circle. And then I was going to cover all the major thinkers of the Vienna Circle. First I would have to do the Neo-Kantians and then into the modern metaphysicians, philosophers of science. And I was, and then from there, I was actually going to do topics in metaphysics. And I had enough material that it probably would have taken me like 100 episodes. And I don't know if I'm going to go back to doing it. Um, I've already read through most of the material I was going to cover at least once, but like to really know it in depth, to say the words, read it out loud multiple times, do the highlighting, we'll see if there's the interest. Oh, Samish, good to see you. Yeah, God bless. I'll put the link in the chat if Samish or anybody wants to hop on and chat. So
I appreciate, honestly, hi, Sabish. It's really nice to hear from you. Like, I appreciate the soliciting of my opinions, but like, I did a meta-analysis of all the evidence, and I was thinking, like, I don't actually need to be part of the conversation, right? Like, it might actually hurt things for me to be part of the conversation because it like could be pretty, intimidating to have me disagree with you. And like, I don't know, the physics stuff. In a way, I'm like way more focused on promoting my own theory, which is rejected not because it's too complicated, but because it's too simple. But the manner of thought associated with it, which is consecutively iterating the same logic, is something most people aren't familiar with. So it's like, okay. Okay, but in other words, like, okay, let me just finish the story. Like, in other words, like, I guess maybe at some point it might make sense for me to speak about cosmology, but right now, what I believe in cosmology, excuse me, what I believe there versus what I can, like, address in the modern discourse is not that much versus, like, AI, which is, like, basically, I don't want to say it's my own creation, but I feel pretty pivotal in the dissemination of that technology. So I'm thinking, like, I really have no idea where people are at. Like, in a way, people are really, really slow to learn stuff, and it's like frustrating because there's all that stuff. But then other stuff, if someone gets interested in learning something like really specific to them, and then they just like follow it wherever it goes, and that can actually lead to a lot of croissance, de connaissance, right? So.
Yeah, I'd say from doing the weekend review, there's multiple aspects. So if you're going to put
okay, it's basically like when I was sort of reticent to go to the Science of Consciousness conference. It's like maybe sometime, but like I just at the time it was just like I'm going to be grumpy that they're like not seeing it logically. So it's like, I don't know. It really is just that thinking about AI has displaced my normal inquiries to some extent, but also that like I kind of gave up on physics the same way I gave up on like the periodic table being some pivotal thing. I know in the long term it's going to be seen as like a sign of the times or whatever and important, but like it takes a while. Like probably I don't even want to speculate how many people in the world don't know what the periodic table is, but maybe it's not that many.
So. I think you have an accurate value proposition for streaming.
Well, like I could go into some huge addressing of this thing, but it would just really come down to me asserting a philosophical pretext saying, I'm reasoning on the basis of my epistemology and my metaphysics. So the more those string together and weave together through experience, the more there's going to be divergence in the answers. So it's like at a certain point, at least I just find it's more interesting to discuss the definitions because it's like that's where you could actually see why you don't agree. But most people can't get past the whole we disagree on definitions, therefore, that's it. So it feels a bit indulgent to be like dabbling in physics, even though my degree is literally in physics. I just haven't kept super up to date in cosmology because maybe cosmology is something like you're like sitting around and a campfire and like blazed and shit, and you're just like with your buddies and you're like, man, and you just talk for stuff for like hours. Anyway,
your answer is what's problematic with streaming.
Okay.
Because like once you're streaming, you have like people watching, and then it's just random. Like people ask questions in the chat, and you pontificate, and it's hard to even keep an audience to do that. It's but like we can review if you're going to go over current events. So actually, right before I stopped Week in Review, they had the annual report on AI, and I was going to cover that. It was like 150 slides. It was really like if you're getting your news from Week in Review, in the sense you're not really following. So, there's a few topics I covered, but like let's say mainly the war in Israel. So if you didn't get any news on the war in Israel, and then you tuned into Week in Review, and I'm going to give you an update on what's happening, and then I'm going to give you my thoughts, and you might not agree with my thoughts, but I try to do two things where I'm just like reporting the news, and then I'm giving my thoughts and my interpretations, and then I'm interacting with the chat, and that might include thoughts on physics, science, AI, um, as like, here's what happened this week, here's an explanation to the best of my ability of just what happened this week, and then here's my thoughts, my interpretation. um Versus also just kind of random pontificating, where just I'm going to ramble. And the value proposition of that is pretty small. And although that's what most people, you want to get into streaming to have a big
Even though
audience.
this show will probably get like 300 views at least.
It may not, because
It's not nothing. It's not nothing.
yeah, but I mean, it's tough to keep. They're saying that if you produce educational material, it's not, the live interaction of being live doesn't necessarily matter, and sometimes it's worse that it's live, because you just want to have it formatted in the most beneficial way for the audience to get the information, and then the interaction with the chat that might take it off topic or make it confusing for people who watch it later actually makes it less educational valuable. And so most people who make like polished educational technique that's not live, it's and then it's edited, and it's very on point to the topic. So if you have live viewers, and then it's just gonna be like questions on all sorts of subjects, so like Samish or Joseph, it's like, oh, like let me just answer questions from the chat, and they're all over the place, and not really congruent with anything other than my interests. And it's made streaming difficult, especially with the decentralization. Now you got to stream to like multiple different platforms. It's like Charles Moskowitz, and he's live streaming to like 10 different platforms at the same time, and a lot of them no one's even watching on. Or the type people that are more entertainment. But I don't think there's really that much of a future for live streaming educational content. And then
Well, maybe you just have to change your definition of the word education.
well, I said no, I said that live streaming. There's, for educational content, there's interest, but educational content is generally better um, produced and edited than live streamed.
Well, in the traditional yogic sense, it's always talking one-on-one. So
Yeah, or if it's an IRL audience where you actually have a group, or you had a regular class of people. So if you were actually a professor or class, and you had people that were coming to a class, and then you usually structure like, okay, I'll lecture for half an hour, then we'll take questions, or if it's on the point, and then the streaming turns it into the profit model where it's basically, okay, like super chats, or like if you pay, we'll go off topic. But so there's issues with the medium and the platform that's made streaming difficult. And so me and Jennifer used to you're talking, I'm sure Jennifer has a whole bunch of views in this, but I mean, just saying that to the kind of streaming where you just had random people coming in and asking questions, or changing topic to topic, and it strokes the ego to just like, okay, now I will pontificate. And you hope to get a big audience of like the Crucible now's got thousands of viewers, although they chose a different method where basically people are, that's, you got to pay in order to get the conversation directed the way you want. But because the reality is, if you really cared, you would probably be best to do in private correspondence. And then it's like, okay, like, you want me or Jennifer to pontificate, Like, okay, I could pontificate on thousands of topics. Like Joseph's asking random questions about Jewish topics. So it's just like, okay, oh, like Joseph, question about this Jewish topic. Let me pontificate, and then the rest of the people watching would start tuning out because they don't care about that. Or Jennifer, like, let her pontificate about this issue, and
Is that so bad? Like improvisational? Like, I mean, I think there's a place for it.
no, I don't think they're. I think it's not leading to successful streaming. So if you're a public personality and you make public access, and then it's just kind of like, well, here's my public access period time, and people who want to ask their questions just kind of have to wait through um, the stuff. If they find me as a person interesting, then they might sit through the me answering the other questions that aren't related to things they care about. uh, but it's largely drawn to like, well, I'm an e-celebrity, and like, now you got to wait for my access time. Now's my public access time, and you might have to wait like half an hour, 2 hours, but eventually maybe you'll get your question. And if I had enough viewership, like, you'd have to pay for it. Like at the end of the day, like, saying like, well, obviously prioritization to super chats. First, like, a week in review, so it's saying like, well, I'm your news service. You're saying, well, you don't really follow these issues, so I'm doing you the favor of following these issues, and then I'm reporting to you like what happened this week. So if you haven't followed it, then you could listen to me just give you an overview, and then pontificate a little bit, and then some of there could be a conversation or a guest expert, and then say like, okay, like, well, I'm a researcher, and so it's year in review as opposed to week in review. So if I'm have enough material that I could do a week in review, and it's interesting that I've done enough things on a weekly basis that I'm going to come back every week and give people updates. And then I had to do a lot of work. Okay, I was mostly reading papers, but just things that I'm researching and interesting. So this week, this is what I did this week, and I'm going to come back with new things that I did this week, as opposed to just like a fireside chat. So I don't really have anything to review. It's just public access time, where now's your chance to interact with me on a weekly basis. And so, like, a year in review, like, obviously I did a lot of things this year, and could condense it, and then you could get into like, well, okay, let's pontificate on a whole bunch of topics on that are interesting to various audience members. But as I said, the difficulty is different people in the audience have different interests, and to try to put that together, and then to put yourself out, well, is it really interesting to pontificate on a various topic for long periods of time? And that's where you have like Luke Ford or Machine Lies are coming on these big panel shows. So there's difficulty. I mean, if people in the audience want to hear Jennifer's thoughts on various issues, like, that's fine. I could give her the platform to just pontificate on various issues. um but like, generally, that's why I stopped doing week in review. And like, one thing, like, the main interest for me to pontificate on was basically like the war in Israel, and basically I was just going to bash Israel. I'm going to come on and spend like hours every week bashing Israel. um I didn't really want to do that, so I stopped streaming in that sense, because like, most of the people that are going to tune in to hear me bash Israel are going to be leaning towards counter-Semitic people. I'm going to be attracting that kind of audience. um Verse, I would like to pontificate about metaphysics or these issues, but I don't really have an audience for that. To try to build up an audience or produce high quality educational material, versus just saying, well, here I am, here's what I want to talk about, and I would like people in the chat to pay to ask me thoughtful questions, and then appreciate my pontification. And that's the dream of being an influencer or a streamer. I guess that's not really an influencer. That's more uh, educational content, or like professor content, like Edward Dutton type thing. Like, I'm a wannabe Edward Dutton, where people are going to pay me to pontificate on these various issues. But I didn't see that happening. I mean, yeah, obviously Jennifer's hardly streamed on her channel. But like once you get into it, like, okay, we're here now. And it's just like, do I want to pontificate on anything that anybody in the chat finds interesting to ask? And
Wasn't that what you were doing on your Ask the Rabbi show?
well, my Ask the Rabbis were usually topic directed. Occasionally I did an AMA, but most of my Ask the Rabbis were specific to a given topic. And then I tried to keep it related to the topic. And that was so the video would have long-term value, because or else it's just kind of and then I went to the whole trouble of time stamping it, and making a table of contents and time stamping it, because if it's just like random people in the chat asking random topics, one not connected to the next, the video has a very short lifespan or value, and your average person is going to get no value of watching it through unless you timestamp it, even if you timestamp it. So at least the ones that are completely narrowed to a given topic, those ones have like a longer value. And then other people, like the purpose of streaming is kind of to save my own time, so I don't have to constantly repeat myself. So if someone asks me like, well, what about this topic? Then I can say, oh, check out this stream I did on that topic. But
yeah, I guess I feel rude if I don't answer the questions, like especially if they're good questions.
But
like I feel like that's a really, there's no question that that's a good question.
But you don't feel the flip side, that you feel like you're wasting other people's time that don't care about your thoughts.
Well, the way I see it is that it's like fulfilling a certain need to listen to radio, and that's like parasocial, I guess. So being friendly and taking an interest in what people are interested in, like, to me, that's a good way to cultivate an audience that's not going to be a bunch of hostile pieces of garbage.
Well, it's everything has a give and take. So it's like if Joseph was here and asking, know anything about the Maccabees and why the book is not accepted by Haredi Jews, and no one else cares about that, and I spend like 5 minutes answering that question that is negative on everybody else that had to sit through that topic that didn't interest them. So I mean, there's no good answers for that. That's why streaming is difficult. Growing a platform, growing an audience is difficult, and that's largely kind of when I gave up on it. And if you're muted, if you're
yeah, I was just thinking about what you said. Like, in terms of responding to these, I mean, do you agree? Do you think I should respond to the allegedly, possibly a response to my critiques from the mainstream cosmologists?
I mean, we're doing it. Okay, it was year in review. It wasn't like a AMA. And like, I'm glad Samish is here. I'd be more interested for Samish to hop on and give his year in review than, I mean, okay, if you're doing research and you're adding something, but it's like, okay, like since you're here, let's do an AMA. And then it's like, is it one thing, is it even interesting to me, let alone the other people listening? And it's just, it's very difficult to produce good content. And so week in review, like I wasn't really producing good content. I was just talking about what was interesting to me, and my viewership declined. And it was maybe enough that I could have kept on going. And like I honestly stopped because I was worried about my new job, and I didn't want any difficulties. But
yeah, that's fair enough.
But even that, like I was thinking also, like because someone's like, in real life, no one really cares about these topics that interest me. And then even like on my week in review, I'm basically just reading papers. And it's like, why are you doing that? Who cares about this stuff? Like it's just weird, or I didn't even know how to express it. And
well, you're basically, to me, you're just describing an ennui with the meaninglessness of existence.
Yeah, I mean, so I still sit around and read books and think about these topics, but it's just like
Yeah.
the failure to be able to reach an audience that wants to discuss common topics. And okay, like people showed up, and like obviously, okay, like Samish or Lambie, Dr. Freeman, people are interested in these topics, and maybe there are people who are interested in what we think about them, or even say like
Yeah.
you could be their physics expert, so that your average person, not really your average person, but a handful of people that don't really follow physics or study it much, but they read the paper or new things coming out, and they, you're kind of like their authority on the issue. So it's just like, well, I read these articles, I heard a little bit about it, I'm not really sure. Let me ask this person who I respect their opinion on a little bit what they think about it, and
Yeah, well, I have a
that,
systematic first principles way of thinking that is self consistent. So most people don't have that.
well, I mean, here you say, like, as opposed to giving your resume to say why my opinion's valuable, just to take it, uh, let's say, like, you're not going to be able to establish ethos or expertise. All you could do is establish that there's a handful of people who value your opinion, and that's basically shown by your numbers. So rather say like, well, my opinion is important, it just say, well, whether my opinion is important or not, there's a handful of people who listen to my opinion, and I stream to that audience. And if they ask me questions, I'll answer that. And if you don't think I'm qualified, don't listen. And if you do, you're welcome, and we'll interact. That
I like that, especially when the questions are thoughtful. Some questions are outright hostile, but a lot of them, and they've been getting better over time for a while, I think.
well, I'd say the hostility comes from like the presumption of putting yourself out as an authority. Like, so when Doovid's a independent scholar and authority on Judaism, as opposed to like, well, I studied, I know some things, I'm talking about it. But like if I don't put myself as out as an authority, then other people, if I have more viewership, then people like, why are you listening to this guy? He doesn't know what he's talking about. And the more viewership, people who want to promote themselves will come to promote themselves in your chat. So if there's just a handful of people watching my channel, um, it's not going to attract that. But if I have 20, 30 people watching my channel, even that's going to bring people over that are going to, be like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. If you care about this subject, you're better off not listening to who you're listening to and coming over and listening to me. And then the disagreeableness. So I mean, there's two things. One, when you just put yourself out as authority, it causes other people to want to shoot you down. And then when you have a little bit of success, like I said, when I did party promoting, the easiest way to start your party promoting is to go to another party and promote your party at a more successful party. And so, like, as if you're a streamer and you want to get an audience for your streaming, the easiest way is to go to a successful streamer and or someone who has an audience and promote yourself to their audience. So that partly causes Chess Wizard, God bless, that partly causes the problem of the difficulties of streaming. And I mean, good numbers is just sufficient to do it. So when I was just reading the papers, I didn't even really care about the numbers. It was more the topic, and I almost just like doing the research and listening to myself back as like, okay, I don't have any audience, but I'm my own audience. So I read, I study it, then I talk about it, and then I listen to myself talking about it. And that was almost sufficient for me to do it, even if no one listened. And then, to have interaction, to, stroke the ego, or to think it's valuable, let alone to have, try to make money off of it. Like once you start doing it, saying like, okay, like super chats, and then monetize, and I'm going to be an influencer, and it's the new direction. Like influencer is like the main way to make money these days. It's like
You realize, like, of kids, that's the most desired. Like, I think it's even more desired as a career than a doctor to be an influencer for like teenager-ish, possibly even kids as well. I don't know. I don't follow that sort of research because I find it exceedingly depressing. And what do you think about what he's saying? Like, I wish you would respond to this. Obviously, it would be cool if Savish came on and just chatted with us, but
Well, I'm saying it's the nature of the medium. You were saying where even like chess, the new medium is like chess is not the product, you're the product. So when you stream, you're the product, and people are coming there for you, not necessarily the topic. And so that's the nature of being an influencer. Like, it's interesting because I'm the one talking about it. I'm the
well, it's like, how much did Krishna's personality have to do with his teachings? He literally repeated personality was important like a million times.
Yeah, but I'm saying like this is the message as the medium. So like if I'm writing a book, but I was saying the nature of the attention gaming and the influencer is you're the product, not what you're talking about. And so
I don't think it's that cut and dry. I'm sorry. I think it's a combo of topic and personality.
Yeah, I mean you have to, but at the end of the day, you're the product.
Well, I guess so. If you want to think of YouTube as selling yourself, I just more think of it as sharing information and possibly answering good questions. Like you said, most people aren't into philosophy. If I can create an environment where people are asking questions about philosophy and then I get to answer them, that's pretty great. But yeah, you're right. It is just year in review. I mean, we could just do the year in review, even though I kind of feel like it's like I'm pretty much done mine, except I didn't go over my blog post or my list of watching suggested videos. But whatever.
Yeah, I'm saying the message is the medium, and at the end of the day, people are tuning in for you, and if you're talking about a topic that's not interesting to them, they tune out for that. If you stream for hours, you have to build up a big enough base where you have multiple topics and you have audience segments and bases that like those topics, and then you want to be as compassionate and easy to your viewers as possible, where you're like, well, here's what I'm going to be talking about, and just to kind of like time frames, like saying, well, I'm interested in this part, not the other part, so I'll come back to that later. And it's extremely difficult. That's partly why I gave it up. Saying, but I don't think there's no good answers. Saying because the secret to streaming is like I said, like the message is the medium, and the product is yourself, and it becomes difficult because then you're selling yourself as a celebrity, and then you get pushback, and then you get and the biggest thing that sells is beef and conflict, and that's why I gave it up. I mean, I streamed about Samantha Wool and the murder because that interested me, and I actually got more viewership when I was doing that because that was an interesting topic, and I was covering something that didn't have much coverage. You say that, like I said, that actually, I would probably get much more viewership if I just bashed Israel. And saying there's people like I would be problematic for myself. I don't want to, just I didn't want to just stream week after week and bash Israel, but like actually that was the most popular segment of Week in Review was my covering the Israeli war, and people would tune in because they wanted someone who was going to be harsh on Israel, or something like that. But yeah, as I said, it was basically it was my Week in Review, and I was talking about what was interesting to me, and obviously what's interesting to me isn't going to be interesting to a lot of other people. And saying like, yeah, it's like the OnlyFan model or something like that. The most popular chess streamers on uh, social media on like Twitch or YouTube tend to be like young and attractive women, even if they're not really the greatest chess players, or even philosophical topics. And saying like, okay, like I'm not a young attractive woman, so no one's going to pay to see me take my clothes off. But your average person's like, well, like you're not that pleasant of a someone to look at. If I could find a more attractive woman saying the same thing that you're looking at, that you're talking about, I would tune to her as opposed to you. So I mean, these are just, like I said, like it's about, there's the dynamics of streaming that, it's not really, yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying, Samish. You're just saying why you didn't find it interesting. I mean, if you're giving me advice, like all of a sudden, like, okay, like I'm talking to Luke Ford, like you're giving me advice, like you're the producer, you're the star maker, or you're just saying like why you didn't find it interesting, that's fine. But like there's the separate question of what makes popular content, and then also like if you're trying to make money off of, how do you profit from it, to just you yourself, why you didn't find me interesting, versus are you honestly telling me like you want to be my my manager, and like if I follow your advice, all of a sudden I'm going to get more viewers or I'm going to make more money, or something like that. Versus saying like if I'm just making like Samish, if I was just making educational material and you were reviewing the material, but like now like everybody's your manager and trying to say like if you want to get more viewers or become a star, you should do this, versus just your own personal opinion. Like I stopped watching you or didn't find you interesting for that, which is also valuable.
He said you're trying to be all things to all people, basically.
No, I don't think so. I mean that's I call it the Paul fallacy, but um, yeah, I mean you're too net for audience capture because it was basically just me. It was me talking about what was interesting to me.
You
Um,
still have a huge audience, I think. I mean, you have a lot of subs, and
I
there's
mean, I
a
have
good
an
audience.
audience, but I don't have a huge audience, and
But
I'm
your
not.
topics are never going to attract a huge audience because you need a moronic, idiotic conflict to get a huge audience.
Yeah, I'm saying like you're trying to make money or get viewership, but it's saying like at a certain point, um, streaming is a lot of work. You have a quality audience, like God bless. Streaming is a lot of work, and the more work you put into it, the higher quality of the stream. And saying like you can't really do a week in review if you don't have anything to review. So that was part of the reason why I also did the week in review, because it motivated me to research things. Um, and my research isn't that interesting. Like it's interesting to a handful of people. Like it, and unfortunately, I didn't get a community of people interested in the same topic. So I had a handful of people that found the topics in my presentation of it interesting, and it was enough. I had a little viewership and a little feedback, and it was worthwhile for me to do. And then like once you're doing it, that's like the influencer celeb, like you got to increase your numbers. And it's the design, like when I was on Twitter, really it's the business model of like the X subscription. YouTube is not necessarily like that. Like you could just stream to nobody and have nobody watch it, and that's fine. But like on X, there's like like the model where like you got to grow, you got to get yourself out there, and then you got to monetize, and then you could profit from it. And so you constantly have this pressure to entertain people, to grow your audience. And then it's like, entertain me, you're not interesting enough, I'm tuning into somebody else, or I stop watching your show because you're not interesting enough, or you said things that I disagree with. And so you just, but well, fine, if you find something more interesting, like the OnlyFans, like, okay, like if someone's going to do OnlyFans, just like you found someone you find more attractive, like fine. Um, uh, but yeah, it's a harsh. And at this point, I think like millennials, younger people growing up, um, hello, Naiva Kanani, we got a guest. Is that someone real? I don't recognize the name or saw it in the chat. Yeah, God forbid, got a porn bomb or something. Um,
Yeah.
but the nature of the tough economic market, where you have like the gig market or the service economy, where the main job for kids growing up is to be an influencer. And
Yeah.
it's not like going to Hollywood and the old days and trying to become a star in auditions. You just put yourself out there, you get viewers, you try to grow your audience. And like I'm already a little bit old for this, but I think like the most popular profession that kids growing up want to be now. They want to be an influencer, and all sorts of people are on social media, and it's hard to get a job. It's hard to make a living, and to some extent, it's like an entrepreneur. You become an influencer, you start your own channel, you grow an audience, and you try to monetize it. But yeah, I was trying to escape that. I was more interested in just finding people interested in the same topics I'm interested in. Then, like like Samish is saying, it's tough. You got to um, find people that you're not going to find people that are interested in everything you're interested in. You're not really going to find people. Most likely you're going to only find people who are going to be interested in one or two of the things you're interested in, and the other things they're not going to be interested in. And so you have to compartmentalize your content, for that manner. And so when I streamed Week in Review for hours, uh, different people would tune in for different segments, and the majority of my viewers came on after watched after it was already out. And then I tried to Luke Ford did it as he streams, but you try to be as good to the viewers as possible by like time stamping and clearly indicating to the viewers when you talk, when and where you talk about the various topics, so they could skip the parts that don't interest them.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm saying like a massive.
You basically have to be a connoisseur to appreciate, I feel myself. Whereas with Doooovid, you don't need to be a connoisseur to appreciate his content because he's like knows so much just factoid stuff like trivia or whatever. So, yeah.
Well, and a lot of times, like, because a lot of people will come to my content now because because they searched the topic. So like I constantly am studying things, and I'll search for anybody like chunking theory, models of consciousness, science of consciousness. There's certain topics I constantly search, and like even Jewish topics, and in some of them I'll check out basically everybody talking about it. Certain things like the metaphysical topics, the truth theory. I've consumed basically all the content on the subject I've found, and definitely things like expertise, chunking theory, where there's not much content on these topics. I'm constantly searching and consume basically anything that anybody puts out. I'll at least give it a chance. And if someone puts out good content on these topics, I might even watch tens of hours of. I might watch all of their. Like if someone had a series on like chunking theory or models of expertise, I might watch tens of hours of. I might watch all their content on that matter. And so some people have found my channel because content matter, and they want to learn about the topic, and relatively there's not many people producing content on that topic. Jennifer would probably be similar, where
there's a lot of stuff that's called panpsychism, non-dualism, but there are not a lot of public intellectuals who can rationally delineate the stages of their cognition like I can.
But you don't really have clearly defined content. So even if someone was searching for panpsychism, they might find like I don't even know how many of your titles include panpsychism, and most of your stuff doesn't have like a table of contents and timestamps, and it's not clearly delineated materials like, oh, here's like a 4-hour stream where a little bit of it is talking about panpsychism, but most of it is other stuff, as opposed to clearly defined content where the person I'm here for this subject, and I want to listen to the content just on this subject, as opposed to listening to 80% about other subjects in order to hear the little bit about that. But it's like that's not going to happen live streaming. It's going to happen post streaming. So is this a Gandalf? Gandalf?
Hey, welcome to 2025.
Was this the Chicago Gandalf?
Yep.
Oh, thank God. Were you the one who went to India, or was that the other one who went to India?
Oh, I went to India in 2005. So
Okay,
that would
yeah.
have been 19 and a half years ago.
I had like 2 years, a year ago, Gandalf the White came on my stream, and I guess he was a Jewish Gandalf. And like I was tired. It was already like 2 a.m, and I thought it was you. And then he started saying something. It's like that's not right, but it was like a different Gandalf. And so it's been a while. I haven't spoken in a while. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if you know the other person who goes by Gandalf the White, who I guess is a Jewish Gandalf.
I suppose I've kind of dropped out of a lot of day-to-day streaming type stuff. I've had a bad year, let's put it that way, on stuff that has nothing to do with streaming and stuff like that. So I just haven't had the time and the energy. But just wanted to check in because week in review, especially in the pre-COVID years, was a great thing.
It doesn't exist anymore. I think I reached out to Jennifer, and we're still collaborating. We might be trying to work on a book together. And just decided to do a year in review, but like we stopped week in review almost like a year and 8 months ago, and I did week in review solo, and I stopped doing week in review almost 4 months ago. But I don't think I've spoken with you for at least 2 years. I don't know if you haven't streamed at all or if you popped on. I don't even think I've heard your voice for at least 2 years.
Yeah, I just haven't been streaming. And yeah, I'm gonna change some things up in 2025 now that I got through some pretty bad things in 2024.
I mean, stream is a harsh environment, especially you're anonymous or you're talking about politics or controversial issues.
Well, I just avoid politics. It's all a circus. So and that kind of content is getting more clickbaity and WWF or WWE tier all the time. So I just avoid it. It's a waste of time.
And it's delocalized. I mean, YouTube cracked down, so the more controversial content's not on YouTube, and now because there's all these other platforms, it's harder to reach people. So it's narrowcasted. Like your type content or what you used to do has probably moved to Twitter or Rumble. And that's what we were talking earlier. Like, I mean, because I know originally you had planned to produce content, not live streaming or analysis, but to actually like the Jim Jones or something, like to actually produce research and put out content on a specific issue. That if you gave up on doing that, or I mean, you never ended up doing that, but that was an interesting concept.
Yeah, unfortunately, other things that I'd rather not talk about had to intervene. But
Did you watch Daryl Cooper's thing on? Listen to Daryl Cooper's thing on Jim Jones.
Yes, I thought it was very good. I mean, I think a lot of Daryl Cooper's stuff is quite good. He can be a bit rambling at times. Sometimes he has, like, he did a really good history of the Mother Jones and the coal mining wars up in West Virginia in the 1920s. It was a 5-part series. Each one was like 3 or 4 hours. So he can go a little too long sometimes, but he's interesting. He's a very good amateur historian.
I hadn't even heard of him till he was on
different
Tucker.
perspectives.
I hadn't even heard of him till he was on Tucker, and then like the Tucker thing, like I almost skipped through because like 45 minutes of it was about Jim Jones, but I listened to it, and I think he said he like basically read and basically listened to everything, and I guess there's like 1,000 hours of access to actual like videos and lectures that he listened to all of that before he did. And I don't know if you would have put that level of research in when you had thought about doing it to actually watch like the 1,000 hours of videos that's available.
Yeah, but see, this is why even like people like Tucker, who is an obvious shill, are just so annoying. It's like Daryl Cooper has done fairly interesting histories on a whole assortment of topics, and it's one comment about Churchill being a villain is like now the only thing he's known for, and it was mostly taken out of context by people who don't know anything about the details of that period of history. And it's just so kind of distressing that I guess clickbaity
At the same time,
rageaholic,
I never heard of Daryl Cooper
controversial
till he was
statement
on
thing
Tucker.
takes over above thoughtful
I
remarks.
agree with that, but I never even heard of Daryl Cooper till he was on Tucker. The only reason I heard about him was because that, and then then when I watched it, like it was kind of the clickbait. I was waiting to hear World War II, and then I saw the first like 45 minutes was on Jim Jones, and I decided to listen to the whole thing. But I mean, it's the nature of getting yourself out there, and like I said, like you're the product, and so if you're looking for something on Jim Jones, maybe you would have came across him. Otherwise, you never would have heard about him. And then once he got his name in the media, and I still, I mean, just random. I brought that up because that when we first met, that was what you were looking into actually producing content, and that was your area of interest. And then you became more like a pundit, talking about issues of the day.
Yeah, that was then. This is now. My life's changed a little bit since then.
Well, anything you want to share, or
well, when let's just put it this way: when your parents pass, things change a lot, especially when you're kind of from a smaller, somewhat close family.
I would say, God forbid, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Without personal details, like remember you're the Columbia alumni, or you had the big library, interested in a bunch of topics, but just intellectually, what type of things have you been reading or interest you or following, or I mean, are you following streaming or content at all? And if so, which ones? If not, just what type things are you thinking about or reading, or and maybe also ask you about that. Do you listen to that guy Rudyard Lynch, the what if alt hist?
Oh, what if alt hist? Yeah, he actually is someone I listen to a fair amount. I mean, he's a good example
I mentioned
of.
it because he said that he thinks Kirk Doolittle's the most famous, the most important thinker of the recently. And I know he's pretty popular. He's got interesting things, but like I mentioned, because I know like the Kirk Doolittle. So like,
Oh, I'm aware he said that. I mean, this is why I think Jen had made a dictum, if I recall, that I really liked. It referred to our one friend who once was like really into Nietzsche or whatever a few years ago, and he said some stupid shit online at one point. Generally, if you're under 30, you shouldn't be like expressing a lot of firm opinions, I think.
30 is the absolute earliest, and it's like only if you're really a subject matter expert. From 30 to 40, you better know something to like even venture the opinion. After 40, it's sort of like grayer.
well, I learned that. I mean, even though he's in his young 20s, I learned. I mean, he said he read like 60, 70,000 pages for years, and I mean, he just went over a little bit of his personal details, which was pretty cringe, but that he knew. Actually, once I read like he talked about like Peter Turchin or his historical cycles. So once I read some of the books that he got his ideas from, I found him less informative, but he was more informative when like I hadn't read the source material. But like at one point, he gave like I did a deep dive into historical cycles, and I read like Peter Turchin or a few of the other authors that he had mentioned that thought about historical cycles. But he kind of popped out of nowhere as an influencer, celebrity, e-celebrity, and yeah, obviously he's the biggest person saying positive things about Kirk Doolittle. I mean, he's not important. I just so you have heard of him, you have listened, but I mean, like Halsey stopped streaming, like Luke Ford's still around, Claire's still around, the type thing. But like you're not following any of those creators, or you haven't popped on any of their channels.
No, there's just not as many interesting people to talk to. I mean, I listen to Millennial Woes' online Millennial Yule or whatever. I've listened to a couple of those because he's sometimes interesting people. I suppose one thing, and I'm doing this mainly because, reflecting on social trends. I mean, I had parents that stayed together and were thick as thieves for 45 years. And I suppose I listen with a lot of sadness to, the struggles. And it's not just in the United States, by the way, although people focus on all American women and all this stuff in these kinds of contents. But the problems with dating and relationships, I think about it a lot. Young people are really suffering because people aren't really interested in family and community. It's really quite sad. And how people are processing that. See, I think one of the things that I think Rudyard Lynch does well is I think he does read, because of his age and his hyperconnectivity and his maybe slightly autistic personality, for all I know, he really reads the social mood quite well. He's very concerned with the psychological condition of younger people. As someone who has hired and managed a lot of younger employees, say Gen Z under 30 types, and now that I'm a 40 plus type, I'm quite worried about the psychological, spiritual, and cultural health of that generation. When you see how bad it is, it's like, oh, the next happening with Trump and Kamala in the election and WWE, blood sport, e-celeb drama, whatever fucking shit's going on online in these other circles doesn't really seem to matter very much. I think
except the whole AI thing, right?
Yeah, well, no one seems to have any clear idea of what's going on with that either. I mean, although, yeah, at least among these commentariats, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm saying if you're immediately getting into like the influencer where you want to pontificate about the problems facing humanity, or just like if you're talking to your friends or conversation, that's your go-to type conversation. That's what you talk about with your friends and family about the problems facing America and humanity, which you were pretty good at. Like, so you became a minor, influencer, had an audience, like a reasonable guest for small time channels to pontificate on these matters. But to some extent, like, does that really matter? Like, anyone's given opinion about what the problems facing us, and if it just like, okay, like, however, what if Altist became a big influencer, that he's a commonality where he's got good content talking about the problems facing millennials or America, and so like, do you agree or disagree with his things, or just interested? Okay, we're here, we're talking, so let's talk about the problems facing the world, versus let's talk about ourselves, or let's talk about what you're researching. So I mean, if you want, we could talk about those things. But is there anything specific like you're researching or active in that you want to share, besides for maybe your opinions about the problems facing the world or current events? But like, are you actively research? Like, I mean, Jennifer is more, she's got her things that she's researching and has views on, and then might have expertise on certain things, but generally she probably doesn't really follow current events or have strong opinions on the problems facing this generation or the world, as where you had strong opinions on it. But do you actually have an area of expertise you're developing, or something specific you're researching?
Oh, I suppose, and not so much for clickbaity purposes. And it's not that I really want to discuss the topic further here, because I don't want to really want to voice my opinions on the subject. But I do follow people like the Iranian podcaster from Brazil, Nima Al-Khorshid, quite a bit. He interviews all the big time people who talk about the world economy and trends in military affairs and stuff like that. That's something I listen to fairly frequently. That'll be something I listen to in the car. He interviews everyone from Jeffrey Sachs to Larry Johnson to Colonel Wilkerson, people like that.
Well, I didn't mean like content influencer. I meant like, I mean, you as an intellectual, like, what are you? I mean, Jennifer is working on a book. I got my blog. I'm working on a book. I read, probably like 20% of my research is dedicated to specific subjects that I've developed expertise in. So not necessarily like current affairs or something, but like, like a specific topic that you've found yourself researching to, or, if you're a middle-aged man already, that, I don't know if you thought of writing a book, or like, consider yourself an expert on a certain topic?
Well, I've had I've changed. I'm kind of changing up my schedule in hopes that I can change my my job in the next couple months, so I have a little more time to write. So we'll see. I'm just trying to maximize my time to myself and minimize my time in the monetary economy. Let's put it that way, and that's its own struggle.
But you say you'd be a current affair guy, so like my topics are metaphysics and like I was like Kant and Leibniz and
I wouldn't
expertise and consciousness. But you're saying if you wrote like you would be a current affairs.
No, I think I'm very interested in that stuff, but I'm not someone who would do content based on it anymore. I just don't think there's anything I could add to it that really matters right now.
So is there a subject matter like like I read like 100 books on Kant in the last like 2 years, and like obviously Jennifer is still quantum periodic table, non-dualism or
to be fair, I've added generative AI to the file.
Yeah, I mean, so that's AI is current events, but like I mean, so she
No, it's more than current events.
That's my whole thing. Like Heaven told me, like I just like that's it. There's not going to be any more quote news after AI. Everything's just going to become revolutionized by automation.
And I think in the next 2 or 3 years, it's going to start to appear to take on a life of its own to a lot of normies. At least that's my prediction.
Yeah, well, if you don't have anything specific, like we could talk about AI because like I'm following to have a lot of topics, and like as I said, like from engineering, like I mean AI will have implications across the board. So I mean there's its influence on like news and current events and society, and then there's the more technical aspects where your average person doesn't actually know that AI is behind these things. Like I said, like manufacturing processes, or even like like Elon Musk's possibility of having a Tesla bot.
You're talking about mechanization there. Like what is referred to as AI is not that.
AI, I would say the central use of AI is automation and robotics.
I'll see, like it's not making pictures and a bunch of text.
That's just the popular use that you're.
Yeah. So doesn't the popular use matter when you're doing social reform?
I would think so.
It matters across the board. So I was saying your average person knows about AI because like ChatGPT or the pictures or the videos, but like okay, like I'm an engineer. In fact, the Automate conference, I went to it.
This whole AI isn't what you think it is really sounding midwit right now. It's like,
well, I think you're talking about. I don't care about necessarily popular conception of AI. Like I'm an engineer.
Well, you should if you're going to be involved in philosophy. Public opinion is a part of understanding philosophy.
Yeah, but I mean, you're putting into like the issues facing today, and so I mean that has some importance, but doesn't interest me particular. And so, like I said, like to me, the most important aspect of AI is the advancements in manufacturing processes and robotics. And was this Chess Wizard?
Thanks for joining.
I just want to say Happy New Year to all of you.
Happy New Year.
Have we spoken before? Are you a chess player?
We have not spoken before, but I play chess. Yeah.
I mean, have we played chess on Lee Chess, or are you just a chess player?
No, we haven't played.
Okay. Well, I'll just finish what I'm saying then if you want to introduce yourself. But because I mean, well, if Jennifer and Gandalf stick around AI, but I mean, if you're not interested in talking about like robotics and it's more technical, because like as I said, like most people don't even understand the connection between AI and robotics, but manufacturing processes, and then if eventually the reason why we might even in this next year or two have home robots that will do regular activities is because of AI. And that's more interesting to me than the pictures and the chat GPT which is minorly interesting, and then the social implications of the AI is probably even less interesting to me. If Jennifer's the other way around, the area of the AI. But let's get Chess Wizard, if you want to introduce yourself or any of the topics we've been talking about, or that interest you, or maybe you want to talk about AI also. And then obviously, like chess, AI is also big in important for chess and games.
Yeah, so I'm from India and I like playing chess, and just that's all about me mostly.
But you knew
And
who
I find your topics.
you in the chat. You
Excuse
said
me?
you knew who Rudyard Lynch was, and what if Altist. Were familiar with his content even in India.
No, that wasn't me.
Oh, what about
Probably
AI?
somebody else.
What about AI? Are you an engineer?
I am an engineer, but I have studied mechanical engineering, and I have friends that have worked somewhat in AI, but not so much in depth. You know, like I know rudiments of AI, how it works, but I have not really done real time projects on it.
Is AI app? I mean, I was thinking robotics. That probably AI is most applicable in robotics. I'm not sure what type of.
Literally, when like 95% of people say AI, they're talking about Chat GPT.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying like as an engineer, um,
So you got to call it something different. Like, I don't want to have to go Doooovid on your ass, but to not call it something different, if you want to reference it as a different meaning, then that's a bit unrealistic.
I'm not sure what you're getting at. I'm saying AI is still robotics. AI is still.
It's not. It's fucking Chat GPT, and that's it. AI is Gen AI when 99% of people use the term. They're not thinking, oh, my car was made with an automated fucking process, whatever.
Well, I mean, who cares what your average person doesn't understand manufacturing processes?
Because when you're doing social reform, the average person's use of a term matters.
I'm not doing social reform. I'm an engineer. Like I go to
Chess
engineering
Wizard is an
conferences. I'm in
engineer.
Detroit, where manufacturers the biggest. It's like I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't really. Chat GPT really doesn't interest me that much. AI interests me, and I think Chat GPT is just the most popular application of AI. And to me, robotics is the most important function of AI. And whether your average person knows about that or not, like I mean, there's reason. So yeah, probably the average person doesn't, and the social implications of robotics is minimal, besides for the possibility that, and even if
No, there's huge amount of social implications because it increases automation to have robotics. But that's a different thing to what are people referencing when they're thinking about the things that they do.
well, I mean, Chess Wizard just said he's an engineer.
Oh, okay. You know what memes? Of course, memes. There's better. Like, just welcome to the show, Jack. Just real quick, memes. Just want to say, like, of course, there's better terms, but like, we're not talking about better terms. We're talking about what the average person is using it as. At
That's
least
what
I
you're
am.
talking about.
Because if I was talking about defining terms, that would mean we were like a panel of experts on AI, which we're not. So, there you go. That's my philosophy. Oh, mute.
I was saying, speak for yourself. Is saying like when I said I don't have to repeat myself another 10 times. I'm not necessarily an expert, but I'm an engineer. I do a conference, and I know more about AI in relationship to robotics than Chat GPT or picture generation. Jack, we just met on Machine Live, so if you want to introduce yourself real quick or the topics that interest you. We're doing like a year in review. I used to stream weekly with Jennifer and haven't done that much, but I thought I'd do a year in review. So if you want to introduce yourself, the topics that interest you, and then we might end up talking about AI, although I'm not even sure. Like as I said, like Jennifer's interest in the subject is more limited, and my interest in the subject's more in robotics. But
That's completely the other way around. Jen's interest in the subject is much more expansive. I don't know how you see that at all.
well, no, I mean I'm saying your average person knows about AI or would use AI in something like picture generation or chat GPT, but the overall the technological advancement of AI is much more important for robotics. Just because most people aren't involved in manufacturing processes does not mean that that the most important advancement in AI is like, I mean, whether ChatGPT could do certain things or generate pictures is less important than robotics.
No,
Even,
no, it's
even though your average person doesn't know anything about it.
It just depends what you consider important. I happen to consider what the vast majority of people believe when they think about things they do every day is important. You're saying maybe an automatic robot arm is more important somehow. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just like,
well, people also don't necessarily care about how their devices are made, even though, you know, saying like you have your car or your phone and you don't necessarily know how it was made or care. But you're saying like the AI is important because they make the devices that we use. If you say people don't understand it, they don't need to understand it. But let's go to Jack. We'll come back to the subject.
You guys are amazing. Doovid, it's a pleasure to speak with you. Yeah, we crossed paths recently. I'm not sure how the AI topic came up.
That's just one of our shared interests. That's Jennifer's main topic of interest. But like, you know, the divergence, she's interested in like ChatGPT and images, and I'm more interested in robotics.
I'm very interested to learn some of what you know, because like you said,
introduce yourself first.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm Jack Talcott. What I love talking about is reform, improvement, and solutions, consciousness, God, and the love thing.
The consciousness was probably our main topic of interest, the science of consciousness.
Love it.
And I guess machine lies. Yeah, I mean, he was talking about Kaczynski or Ellul and you know, more the social implications of technology, as where I was more interested in technology itself and the philosophy of science and the technology related to the philosophy of science, which is more niche and not applicable to the common person, so to say, without expertise in the subject. You know, say like, you know, let's delve right into the technology, how it works, as opposed to the social implications. But I mean, if that's everyone's more interested in the social implications.
When have people not cared more about social implications? It's literally like constantly circling around this issue that our audience is not emotionally invested enough in us.
Well, I mean, you just speak for yourself. So it's like, if you just say this is what interests me, rather than some sort of projection about, I mean, what should interest other people. So just this is what you want to talk about, or if you say robotics doesn't interest you, that's fine. But you know, versus
it's a question of what's more relevant. You want to say robotics is more relevant to what?
I would say the advancement of technology in society. That, I mean,
it's a question of, do people make their choices based on the infrastructure around them or based on the ideas in their head? And I think it's based on the ideas in their head. And you're more saying, well, it's the infrastructure around them. It's like, well, the infrastructure is not nothing.
We all have technological devices. We're using computers, automobiles, you know, eventually robotics, and your average person has no clue how they're made or how they work. But
the average person has no clue about anything and has always had no clue about anything for as long as I can remember. Most people are barely above mouth breathing, you know, and this is just, that's been the norm for pretty much forever.
Yeah. So like, okay, like, yeah. So I'm a high IQ guy. I'm an engineer. You know, if I'm attracting a certain audience, like I used to, I still plan, like the Automate conference is coming back to Michigan this year, and hopefully I will go and stream there. And robotics interests me, and like you're just the fact that people don't care about it. Like, well, I care about it. This is my show. Like, that's what I want to talk about. If no one else here wants to talk about it, like, that's fine. I'm not going to ramble on something no one else. But like when you say AI, I think robotics. And like,
well, I think generative AI, as in mostly the text, but also to some extent the video and the images. Like, I think they each have their domain of importance, but the text is ultimately the most important.
Yeah,
I mean, we'll just say to you, we don't have to argue like objectively what's the most important because it's a subjective call. So it's just like that's what the most.
Well, so when you're losing, which whatever that means here, it suddenly doesn't matter.
And then now it's just getting dumb. I was saying like, because it's a subjective, like like we're predicting the future. What's the most important? And it's saying, well, that's what interests me. That's what's most important to me.
Okay, well, I fully acknowledge that then.
Versus some petty argument on Jack.
If I may, I'm certainly no expert when it comes to these devices. However they're created, I've never really given much thought to it, just like he said, Doovid. But to me, it's magic. I don't understand how technology works, but I don't have to. Oh, now I lost my thought. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, do you use like ChatGPT or image generation?
Oh, where I was going, I'm not an expert. What I do trust is we're at a point in development of society and technology. It's time for us to transform from the old ways into something greater.
and we're at that inflection point. I think a lot of people feel that. I mean, I feel that. I think there's, if you want to, get a visualization of what I think is going on, I think that there's a big, in terms of just trust in academic authorities, political authorities, knowledge authorities, whatever you call it, I think there's a huge pulling back of the tide. Like before a tsunami comes in, when you see the harbor empty out and you can see like the water going down to the very bottom of the shallow harbor and it's all gone out to sea and something else is coming. We just don't know when or how big the wave is, but we're just awaiting what it is. I think that's where we're at. And I think a lot of people, if you read the social moods, you can feel it. And I think, something is going to happen within the next 5 to 10 years that's going to blow everything out of the water. It's going to be like a supernova. It's going to be an explosion like you wouldn't believe. And it's going to leave burning pieces of debris all over the place. And I think we all know it. And I think that's what's happening. And the public mind, is just, if you can call it a mind, the public consciousness is feeling that in a subconscious way, like you can feel it in their emotionality. They can't put any reason behind it, can't link any chain of events or find any logical causality behind it whatsoever. That's for sure. But that feeling is everywhere, and so it's going to manifest soon. And that's why, on the exoteric level, economically and politically, geopolitically, there's so much froth and change going on internally. This is why there's so much psychological confusion, cultural decadence, and personal anomie and ennui everywhere. I think that's what connects all of this. And AI is going to be critical to however this inflection in this next decade or so is going to turn.
Yeah, we're coming at it from a sociological perspective as opposed to an engineering perspective. And even from like the ChatGPT, things usually have levels of implication and generations and are phased in over a period of time. And so you're going to have the effects of AI really across the board in every single device. Like originally where you have like energy saving in terms of like smart houses, your regular appliances like microwaves, furnaces, stoves, besides computers, will likely have some sort of possible AI chip in them themselves or a connectivity to a larger system that uses AI that will cause your device to run more smart or efficiently. And the most likely place you'll see AI, like your cell phone and your computer, is the automobile, where whether people realize that AI technology is what is changing these devices and how we operate the devices, the information or the control we have. Yeah, they probably won't.
Doovid, what is artificial intelligence? Because I think that's, you got to define those terms for me, because so we know. You seem to think it relates not to engineering primarily. So what is artificial intelligence? Can you provide your definition?
there is no exact definition. So say intelligence is some form of computation, cognition, decision making, and artificial, means non-human, that uh, a chip or a mechanical device is making a cognitive, uh, thinking, computational process to make a decision on its own. So if it's your stove or microwave that instead of you setting the temperature, has some sort of AI device that determines the best temperature on its own, or like for your house or something, and instead of you, setting the thermostat, but you're some sort of chip that's not pre-programmed to do it exactly the way it was told, but has some sort of internal cognition that makes the calculation on its own. Like so in your automobile, like if it was controlled braking or something, as opposed to, uh, but like any form where, we'll call thinking, where the machine is thinking on its own that leads to a practical decision making.
Okay, so why do you suppose that you are interested in, how AI is going to make your computer or your electronic devices or your machines or your robots operate differently? Okay, that's your perspective.
Because I'm an
Why do
engineer.
you suppose, though, and I think Jen is right here, most people, when they think of AI, they think of chatbots or ChatGPT or the text and image generation. Why do you suppose that's the case?
Well, I mean, one, because I'm an engineer, and two, because I'm in Detroit, and manufacturing processes related to economics or jobs, and just like I like to know how things work. And I'll say also, people will start to think about it when their car starts functioning on its own. And so for example, if your car automatically starts braking for itself based on sensors and internal decision making, or various levels of automation, in the automobile, which is coming to that level. But like like when your daily device, when you first start seeing your devices doing things on their own, better than you could control them even if you wanted to, and then you say, well, how's that working? But like, oh, AI. So your average person isn't necessarily thinking into the future. They don't understand these things, but when it happens, when they see it, like when you get your new stove or your new car and it has these available functions, and you see the price point differences, and then when you actually have the device and see it work, it'll be like ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is just an example. It's right in front of your face. You could see the result and you're like, wow, that's incredible. How's that working? It's like, oh, AI, what's that mean? And most people don't understand.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen. I mean, it's okay. We've had, say,
No, it is
indoor
going to happen. It's
electricity.
within the
No,
next 5 years,
no,
your next stove or your next oven or your furnace in your
no.
house will have a chip in it that has some sort of automation given, where you no longer set
Well,
it. It's automated,
no,
and it's
no,
automated
no.
because it's going to have an internal AI chip.
An example. You think people are going to start to wonder when their car starts automatically because it has some AI chip in it or things like that? I don't think that's going to happen to the degree you think it is. You'd think that people would know the difference. Say, to use another example, alternate versus direct current, and how that works, because my home lights up. No one knows that stuff, even though that technology is now 120 years old, where you have power generation and the light bulb turns on at the flick of a switch. I mean, people haven't asked anything about how it works, and hardly 2% of the population can tell you the difference between AC and DC. So
yeah, the difference with AI or generative AI is that you have to know something about it to use it, whereas most technology you don't need to. You just need to know how to operate it.
Well, I said the first thing you're probably going to see it in will be automatic braking in your car, where like if you buy a car in the next 2 or 3 years, it will probably have vehicle to vehicle communication, and the car will have the ability to brake automatically. And so when you're driving, like it might be annoying, or the first time you see it, like, why is my car braking? And then you're like, how's that working? Or I mean, if you follow the layouts or the implication, like you go to the conferences, read the government proposals or the industry trends, and they'll tell you what's coming and when it's coming. And if you're mentioning like light sensors, so you don't need AI to have like an automatic light that's connected to a sensor. It sees you and it lights up. That doesn't require AI. That's just classical technology of a sensor and PLC, programmable logical circuit. It senses this, it does it. So that AI is a step where instead of being pre-programmed to do something, like if you walk in this area, it attaches a sensor and it causes something to automatically go on. It will be more complicated where it's no longer automatic, but there's a computation, a cognition on the computer that is taking in multiple factors. Like, for example, your thermostat in your house, energy saving, where, I mean, they already had these, I mean, and saying these weren't AI generated, they were logical circuits, but you're saying where the energy control of your house was controlled, and if they might cause your thermostat or your laundry machine or something to balance the energy in your house. And that wasn't AI, it was just pre-programmed according to an algorithm or a calculation. But like eventually, probably even in the next few years, you'll see an AI chip where the computer is actually making its own calculation, its own cognition, thought process to control these things. And it's going to affect rich people first. So like if you're a homeowner, and a lot of these things, they're going to be cool, they're going to be expensive, like Elon Musk's Tesla bot, they're going to cost $20,000 or $30,000, and if you don't have the money, you're not going to have one. Or like an AI home security control system that does a whole bunch of things for you. You're not going to know about, it's going to be expensive, it's not going to hit you right away. Or like the newest model car that has automation functions, you're not going to know about it unless you have the newest feature, more expensive car. But like, might be 10 years from now where your average person who, when the technology becomes cheaper and your 10-year-old car has these functions in them. But like, yeah, I like to be rich. I like technology. I like to be ahead of the trend. And some of this stuff is already out, and some of the stuff is due to be implemented in the next few years.
But you're already behind the trend, because the trend is people don't care about AI with its engineering applications. They care about it because of chatbots and ChatGPT and image and text generation. And Jen is right on that. And to me, the meta questions around that are quite fascinating.
No, I mean, my dad's a boomer. He doesn't use ChatGPT or image generation, but
boomers, they're just totally cool and aware of new trends.
Well, I'm saying I mean, thank God he's upper middle class, and he might get a home control system that uses AI. That would probably be more likely his first implication. He probably will die without using ChatGPT or this stuff, but eventually, in the next few years, he will probably get an AI system that controls all the aspects of his home.
Yeah, most boomers are going to be dead within 10 to 15 years. So I just don't know why boomers in their relationship with AI, at least boomers of this caliber,
So let's say we invent a calculator.
I mean, you're too focused on like yourself or what you think people are interested in, as opposed to just purely what the technology is currently capable of doing and what it's going to be capable of doing in the next few years. So you're saying you're not a millionaire. You're not going to be spending $20,000 on a home control system that controls all the various devices in your house. Or you're not going to be buying a $50,000 car that has automation functions. So you're saying it doesn't interest you because it's not applicable to you. It's not applicable to most people, but there's what the technology is capable of doing. You're not waiting, like you're not, in line to get the first Tesla bot when it comes out, saying you don't have $30,000 or you don't have the use. You're not in line to buy the first Tesla bot. But I'm just saying I'm interested from the engineering perspective of what it's capable of doing, and across the board what the technology is going to do. And it's saying, like, I'm a civil engineer. Like, I used to go to the Siemens conference. You're out of here, Jack? So like that's particularly, I mean, so just you say, I'm not interested. I don't care. I don't think people care. I do care. I mean, so you say like, you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to talk about it, but like, instead of just saying, I don't care, I don't think it's important, and saying like, I know it's important, I care. I go to these conferences, I've heard the outlay of what this technology is capable of doing and how it's going to be implicated. If you're not going to have any of these devices, maybe in your life, maybe you won't. But it's just factual. Like, this is what the technology is capable of doing. Some of this is already out. Some of this is going to be out over the next few years. And like, yeah, in the beginning, it's going to be extremely expensive.
Okay. Yeah. I've never once in this conversation mentioned, just my own personal opinion. I was just remarking where the zeitgeist is on it and what the zeitgeist is interested in. And it's chatbots and text and image generation. It's not engineering applications.
And I'm pretty sure you're incorrect about that. You're saying that's the popular.
What?
No.
Okay, imagine that calculators get invented and then a cult starts up that worships calculators. What's more important? The fact the calculator was invented or the fact that a cult starts up around it?
The latter.
Because you could buy ChatGPT for like $20 or $200 a month, or you have chat box that your average person or you yourself in your financial situation could access. But the higher level of technology is in manufacturing processes. These are the places that are spending hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. And if you're looking at the new smart production facility, like even Tesla, Tesla is way more valuable than OpenAI, ChatGPT, and they're implementing the technology in the manufacturing processes. That's more driver of the technology than ChatGPT. ChatGPT is just the cheapest available use to the most amount of people. But what's actually driving the technology the most is these manufacturing processes. These are the multi-billion-dollar research, and saying when Ford builds the new facility that costs billions and billions of dollars, it's pushing the research and the implications of this technology. So you say it doesn't interest you, but it's saying that's actually dollar-wise the bigger driver, and in terms of government research or even military.
I care about social trends and what the future is going to look like, don't you?
I care about that. I care more about manufacturing processes personally.
Oh, okay.
Well, there you go. I mean, so it's just a matter of perspective then.
Well, I mean, I also would say objectively that the manufacturing processes are dollar-wise, percent-wise, a bigger factor in AI. It just
well, that makes sense because you've said before that your karma is related to how much fiat currency you hold. So you would look at it from that perspective if that's your view.
Well, I mean, just look at Teslas. I'm just saying, like, it's not what's important in terms of what's going to affect the most amount of people or how they're going to interact versus how their products are made. But in terms of like ChatGPT,
I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how a product gets made. Just that a product can be made is what matters. Not that it
doesn't matter.
Oh my God, we're using silicon versus something else.
Well, I mean, of course it matters. You say it doesn't matter to you. It doesn't matter to the average consumer, but of course it matters.
Yeah, in some abstract way that I can't pin down.
It's saying in the quality of your device and the price of your device and the economics of the jobs available or all these various aspects are they're it's kind of like Vivek Ramaswamy. Like Chess Wizard left. Like, we got to pay to bring him to America because the other people don't care about this. They don't even understand it, and they don't care about it. So you got to pay people from India to come here to America to do this stuff for us.
No, you don't. There's a record number of laid off tech employees. I mean, this is all just a distraction.
Well, I mean, could be, but you argue the implications is saying manufacturing processes, they don't interest most Americans, and that's one of the reasons why you need so many H-1B1 visa holders, is because manufacturing is important, and you can't bring manufacturing back to America for Americans to do it. You have to bringing manufacture to America means bringing foreign workers to America to do the manufacture in America.
No, it doesn't. None of these wealthy people bringing in H-1Bs have ever cared about manufacturing in the way you claim they do anyway. So that whole debate in the public in the public airwaves as we've seen it now is just, it's a bait and switch. It's not the real issue. If we really cared about manufacturing, we'd have a whole class of people that are really interested in social reform and then redesigning a society to implement reforms that will improve people's spiritual, cultural, and psychological well-being, which nobody in the current recognized elite cares about those things at all, as far as I can tell.
Well, I mean, I even told you a few years ago, one of the most needed things in Metro Detroit and pays well, doesn't even necessarily require higher education, is PLC programming, programmable logical circuits for manufacturing processes. And you say that people aren't qualified to do it. There's not good training to do it. And most of the people who do it are Indian.
Or most people don't want to do it under the current political, economic, and social arrangements, because under those arrangements, they'll lack the agency over their ability to direct those technologies in ways that they want.
Yeah, I mean, there's almost no agency in those jobs. They're high paying, they're important, they're in demand, and there's not many qualified people. He's saying that your average American has a psychological makeup that they're not capable or interested in doing these things.
Yeah, and the average person that would be from one of these H-1B countries is probably no different. So this is a bait and switch for other issues and stuff. It's got nothing to do with technology like the people like Musk and those people claim, and Vivek claim it does. It's got to do with other agendas, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it has that too, but it's like even like your own possible financial difficulties, you would probably be making a lot of money if you knew how to programmable PLCs, programmable logical circuits.
Yeah, I mean, the goal shouldn't be making a lot of money in this system, because the money in this system is basically worthless. And once people will eventually figure that out, and then we'll get to the next phase of global civilizational clusterfuck crisis.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the way I see it. Like, saying like, I think the technology and understanding and using the technology is of primary importance. And, it's probably at the center of the decline of America. I was just watching Patrick Ben-David, example, like, like India, Iran, most countries, like 25% of students go into engineering. In the US, it's only like 12%. And even like Vivek Ramaswamy's, like, American culture diminishes the value of these important societal functions. And that's like like, are influencers really that valuable? Everyone wants to be an influencer. No one wants to be an engineer, but engineers are the most important function. And that's why we keep on bringing them from foreign countries, and they keep on making the money for these important functions, and everyone else is fighting to be an influencer. I don't know if Jennifer had computer issues or dropped out, so if she's back or whatever, bring her back.
Yeah. See, I think you're missing the point here. You're
saying your point. You're saying the point. Like, there's objectively, like, the point.
Well, you're the one talking about
like,
objectivity here. I'm not. I'm saying, okay, I think the thing you're missing here is, you're talking about people not motivated to do it. Is that I don't think people want to participate in social change and leverage that via participation in, fiat money, global corporate kind of shit. People don't want to do it via that way. People are checking out from that system psychologically as much as possible. I mean, and that's pretty apparent by looking at the conditions of society around you, I would think, from just pure observation.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying people also are suffering financial difficulties and replacement. That people are in financial trouble, and they're being replaced by foreigners that are interested in these things.
Yeah, that's assuming that they are interested in those things, and they're not just interested in money and attaching themselves to a different part of the power structure. You're making a lot of assumptions about people.
I mean, it's possible that the people from India aren't really interested in these technologies and just do it so they could make money and replace you.
That's probably what it is.
No, I mean, my experience with Indians or different cultures is that engineering or how things work actually does interest them a little bit more. Even like Chess Wizard, who was on, probably would have been more interested in just talking about technology and how things work. I mean, he said he was a mechanical engineer. like, I mean, he probably agreed with me that manufacturing processes are more interesting than chat box.
I think they're equally uninteresting, but the sociological ramifications of chatbots is more like way more interesting because it's just going to be so much more important. Do you mind screen sharing the playlist I just put in the chat? I'm going to have to head out soon. I got to eat dinner.
You want me to open it?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I would, but my computer's having problems.
This one, the AI education.
Yeah. The other ones people can check out if they want. They're nothing crazy. Like, I literally found those in the last couple of days. Like, there's just always a lot of good stuff out there about AI because it's just such a huge development. Like, I just go in Google News and write in, artificial intelligence, and there's so much stuff that comes up. It's like anytime I want to really read anything, it's so interesting. I just see it that way, and it's like it doesn't have that same like depressingness of the current events. Like, not that current events aren't important. It's just like, yeah, I guess it has to be curated because otherwise it's an informational deluge. And
is this your own playlist that you made? Is this thing I'm sharing right now your playlist from your channel?
yeah, it is. Yeah, I made it.
So
Yep.
you explain what it is?
Well, it's a list of videos if people want to get familiar with the zeitgeist of modern AI. They can watch those. Sort of across the board, like just pundits. This one's interesting with the Indian guy because he was like kind of going into the math a bit. He wrote a book on it, on machine learning.
And what are the other links that you shared? Those are just articles?
Yeah, just sort of an example of how many new articles there are of being shared about AI and like how it's a really important point and pivotal in history right now. And anyone involved in the field is pretty much echoing what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is pretty remarkable. I've seen a couple. I think you've got 25 videos in that list. I probably watched 5 or 6 of them because I'm just looking at my own YouTube history. What do you? It is interesting that people are, whether they know it or not, are starting to sound like you did maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
I told you. So
Yeah.
culture evolves in a way, and people are mostly copying stuff, and it's all about muscle flexing of status.
Yeah, everyone wants
And
cult prestige.
yeah, and now that's just like diffused in a society, and it's like I don't know exactly what's going to happen in the future, but I do think it's going to be a lot better.
I'm although short to medium term, meaning 5 to 10 years, I'm a little bit on the doomer side. I view things quite similarly to you. I think things will be better after this interregnum. That's my belief.
Things might never get bad. They might just get better because of AI bringing people together like in a peaceful way, like not wanting to focus on conflict anymore and just wanting to build the best possible prompter.
Well,
Yeah.
I can't believe you don't see how important it is, dude. Like, you're not fucking prompting an escalator. If I go up an escalator or someone with a 45 IQ go up an escalator, it's the same exact result. But you have to know how to read and how to understand a bunch of stuff before you can even prompt. Like, a lot of people haven't used ChatGPT because they can't think.
They
So
don't know how to
useless to
ask
them.
questions. They don't know how to ask.
Yeah, they don't know how to ask questions. They think they know everything. But there's a bunch of people who are smarter than them who can ask questions and don't think they know everything.
Well, I don't think most people are actually going to use ChatGPT. They're going to interact with it. So there's 2 things. Like, the technology is neutral and it could benefit people, although it's likely to become relatively dystopian, where we're saying, just like the call centers or the computer, now every time you call, it's computerized. You're going to interact with computers more, and the computers will, as they function better, instead of interacting with people, you're going to interact with the automated smart devices that and it could be extremely dystopian in the sense that it could be used to
Oh yeah, because it wasn't dystopian before. It was perfect, and then it turned to absolute shit when we had an automated fucking chatbot that could emulate better than the average smart person.
I was saying they're just tools that could be beneficial or harmful, and certainly like
It just seems disanalogous because you're talking about a tool that not everybody can use. Everybody has access to it, but not everybody can use it. How many other tools are like that?
well, I mean,
Not many that I can think of.
well, I mean, two things. Most people don't have access to OpenAI. You got to pay for it.
You can get a free membership.
Yeah, but say most people don't.
And
so,
honestly, if you use it, in my experience, then they are loyal to their user base.
and it's saying if people are, what do you need it for? You need it like if you want to influence or you want to write. Most people don't write, and you're saying, well, now they're going to write because.
I'm not saying they're going to write. I'm saying that society will shift because writers will have way more power as individuals.
Why will they have way more power? They have less power. They'll be less needed.
Because they can get chatbots ad infinitum to emulate them.
Yeah, Jen is completely right here. Like, I'm
this is where it's like, holy shit! Like, how can you not see this? Like, but okay, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, it's like, holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say the exact same thing you are. I'm kind of amazed, Jen. I'm not. I'm kind of amazed, Doooovid, that you're not looking at the sociological implications of it, because that's the main thing that interests me about this.
I'm saying that it interests me less than the technological side. I'm just throwing quickly, like, there's already the dystopian aspect of military equipment in terms of like missiles and drones that are using the technology for destruction. But just on the pure sociological, most of the experts are saying that they're going to replace writers. Then I mean, it could help writers to some extent that learn how to use it, but your average writer, even lawyers, even doctors are in danger of being replaced by this technology, not augmented by it.
So a lawyer that can do 30 cases a week versus a lawyer that can do 1 case a month, that's exactly the same?
Well, I was saying that I covered this even 5 years ago when I went over like the McKinsey study. But you're saying like, no, like half of people in intellectual jobs are due to lose their jobs. Like half the lawyers are going to lose their jobs. Newspaper.
Maybe we don't need. Maybe we could use half as many lawyers and half as many journalists. A lot of them are just shills and don't add anything that is any relevant. One good attorney who probably studied for the bar exam by himself and isn't a member of that corrupt club, who uses ChatGPT to do 1 case a day versus 1 case a month and does it better than anybody else. Well, maybe that's a sign that that person and whoever his chatbots are is more valuable than a couple dozen lawyers. Well, that can change society for the better, because, like, at least in the American context, dead lawyer jokes are a trope for a very long time, because a lot of social critics have thought that America was too legalistic and litigious for the longest time. AI could probably deal with that.
Law stuff being axiomatic and consequentialist and structural is one of the easiest things to automate.
Well, when
and you can compare which automation, which interpretation, like you can get way further in decision trees.
I covered this in 2016. I think maybe even Gandalf saw my stream, or we were talking then, related to Andrew Yang and UBI. So you have the two aspects. Okay, like people aren't going to be needed for those functions, but what happens to the people that aren't needed by those functions? Like do they all of a sudden become poor and obsolete and move from the upper middle class to the lower classes, or do they find some sort of higher function? That was what Andrew Yang was arguing for, like UBI. So like the lawyer who used to be upper middle class now is relegated to societal charity because he no longer has a function that makes him important to be in the upper middle class or even middle class.
Well, there you go. We just need to go back to, conscientiously engineering society. And maybe UBI is part of that, but if it's going to work, it's got to be kind of like, there has to be a shared notion of the commons. And then,
Well, I mean, so like you, so to say,
Work
as
has
an
to be
influencer
rewarded
trying to
in some
influence-
sense, and it has to be a very significant sense, because if it's not significant enough, it'll just collapse.
Yeah, but you're hypothesizing how power that you don't have should be used.
No, I don't think that's what she's doing at all.
I mean, saying
I
like,
have a really hard time understanding how you take that from what I said.
because you said like you use this ambiguous like we or society should, and saying, you know, just relatively, what is your opinion about what society should do matter?
Unified field model.
Why should my opinion matter?
About how society should function.
She
mean,
did a
maybe
unified
you
field
understand
model. That's
and-
enough.
But I mean, just think, I think society should do this, and just like, well, obviously society doesn't function.
Well, I guess I could say I'm appealing to the scriptures. Like that's what Varnashrama is saying, is that you have to intentionally do your vocation, and you should always be trying to improve how well you're doing your vocation.
Well, I'm saying like, okay, like, you know, recognize my opinion doesn't matter, and I'm not going to be making that decision. At best, I will have one vote in a democratic process for a person to represent moving these decisions versus, you know, saying that theoretizing how to exercise power that you don't have.
Well, if society's on the verge of collapsing because everyone's about to lose their job, maybe there is a real chance that I could be put in charge, because I do actually have wonderful solutions that don't involve horrible things.
Yeah, like I just envision beautiful farmer artisanal craft villages run by priests that are devoted to people getting on the path to spiritual enlightenment and dharma and learning natural law. And having society
James,
run
what's
by
up,
people like
buddy?
that
Nice to
sounds
see you.
great.
Well, no. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, man. Like,
Uh,
I'm not
well,
even
I-
saying I necessarily need this idyllic thing or anything. I'm just saying, like,
Well, I would
what
say
does it
that-
serve
that-
me to just be like, oh, well, I'm not already in. That's basically the Claire Carr argument. It's like, wait, you're not already in power? You don't get to dictate definitions. It's like, first of all, that's not what I'm doing. Second of all, if you want to have a debate about how we should define things, I'm fine with that. But ultimately, you do reach that ground truth from which other things are speculated. And absent that ground truth, it can be very difficult to, like, convey really anything. But I'll pass it over to Memes for your week in review. Like, I'm so happy to see you doing those streams, because you look like, honestly, like you're healthy and glowing and stuff. Like, oh, I'm so happy when I see you there. Like, you're like, okay, oh my God, I could be wrong. Oh my God. And then I'm like, I got this giant whiteboard that's hilariously, on point for where society should be going.
Here's the thing. I am not a good statistical model at all. I remember Professor Peterson at one point said, you can never model the extraordinary. And then I realized, wait a second, I can pronounce that also as you can never model the extraordinary. And that's like, wait a second, you can say that in a slightly different fashion, and one is typically viewed as positive and one is as negative and everything. And I'm just, long story short is I happen to be extremely blessed in life. And just because of a sheer coincidence of events where Jen, Doooovid, I know Gandalf was involved as well. It's like, it took like everything for us to like get here. Speaking of that, I just happened to slip in apparently when we were talking about being on the edge of perhaps total civilizational collapse. So that seemed like a good point to jump in.
We're talking. Yeah, if you want to give a year, because you're like, I stopped doing. Jennifer stopped doing week in review over a year and a half ago, and I stopped doing it a few months ago. So if you're still active streaming,
it burns you out. It takes it out of you, man. There's just so much going on, and very often we hear like the worst things. But then again, there's plenty of good things when you actually go out there. I know Doooovid's gone to like some of these different like cooperative events and everything, and it's like my experience is like when you actually go out there into the world, it's like.
Well, why don't you first do a week in review? I mean, we'll move back to the AI topic and your thoughts on AI.
Smoking is bad.
But if you want to give a year in review, what you've been up to, what you've been streaming, what ideas you've been working at, feel free to update whatever audience I have here.
So basically, I became a monk and moved to the physics monastery in Logan, Utah. So I spent a year doing physics monk type things, and occasionally going back and forth. And then at one point, after taking a trip across country, after going down south to Austin, Texas to catch the eclipse where it was cloudy, but it worked out because if you tried to look through like the actual protective lenses, you couldn't see it. But there was just enough cloud cover. You could take off your glasses, look right up there at the sun, and you could actually like make it out pretty well. So I took like a photo, and it kind of looks like some of the images from like the Event Horizon Telescope of a black hole. Yeah, long story short is, yeah, went there, went up, met a mad scientist in like Seattle with my stepbrother and a gangster mathematician, and drove all the way around. And then upon getting home during the summer, all of a sudden, oh, you need a new engine. All right, so they swap out an engine. I get my car back. I go to the physics monastery for the fall meeting and everything. And then eventually, yeah, we get back, and long story short, I was coming home the second time and they changed my oil and somebody forgot to tighten the drain plug. So I got 2 new engines in my vehicle in the past 3 months. It was, I kind of miss Christmas and Thanksgiving, and those things happen, but I I don't know, maybe I actually figured out things that might be useful. Hold on, where is this? There. Ah, whiteboard. Is it reflecting the right way? Hold on, I'm just in the way. All right, random conjecture things there. Okay, that's we don't need that. We'll go back to the other stuff. So yeah, I mean that's about all. Found an interesting thing with the relationship of like the Higgs boson, the Planck mass. If you square that stuff, that's a random calculation that seems to get the vacuum energy density pretty well. It's just when you set it equal to the relativistic mass of like 1 joule, which
Well, I mean, can
coincidentally,
you
if
slow it down for a second just to explain what type of content you're producing? Because you're producing a whole bunch of content, and if you just explain like what type of content you're producing or the different type content you're producing.
sciencey stuff like theoretical physics, um,
And I
that's
mean, are they designed for upper level physics and science students, or are they designed for a
wide
general audience?
audience. I've been doing a lot of live streaming recently, about an hour a day, Monday through Friday. I called it like my monastery life and stuff like that, because it's like for me, it's like I can get up on, heck, I mean, you guys helped teach me like getting onto a good ramble, but realizing sometimes you need to cap the ramble and then bring it back around to the original topic. So what I'll usually
Can you
have
go back and slow down? Just explain what is the physics monastery, like who's involved in it. Like, I mean,
I'm sorry. I'm stepping ahead. It's like, all right, we haven't spoken for about a year or so. I should probably fill in all the blanks before hitting the roll to us jumping off the actual car
I
carrying
mean, just for
container.
someone who's never heard of the physics monastery or someone who's never seen your content before.
It's a scientific think tank in northern northern Utah. It's about an hour and a half north of Salt Lake City. So it was started by Thad Roberts, and we have that was a mad scientist I went to go visit up in Seattle. That's Mr. Rick DeWitt. He's a very interesting
And
gentleman.
it's also based on the hyperbolic complement of the figure 8 knot, right?
Yeah, that's one of the core things within the model, which coincidentally seems to model Jen's the quantum periodic table, because seemingly very similar structure seems to just come out. And it might just I haven't made any of the connections yet, but it's back in ancient Greece, people would talk about the platonic solids stuff. It's like, well, maybe it's made out of like earth, wind, like water, earth, and ether, the 5 platonic solids. So I'm not sure if that actually is reality, but there seems to be some evidence that suggests maybe it's actually the 4-dimensional platonic
Can you
solids.
give some basic, like, how many people are at the monastery? What do you think tank? Is it connected to a university, or is it just a few thinkers that are, researching? And what are the areas you're researching? Like, what type of people are there? What can anybody come and join, or what are the areas of research? What are you putting out?
So basically, right now, to be fair, the only people there right now at the monastery, it should be Thad and his wife, Vanessa. Vanessa's finishing her PhD. She actually has a published piece on, oh God, it was highlighted on one of the engineering websites and stuff. They flew her out to do a conference up in, I think, Portland or somewhere around there. This was, I think, earlier, maybe this summer. But basically, Thad's been working on a unified field framework, basically utilizing. Okay, I won't delve into that because there's plenty of content. Thad Roberts on YouTube. You can go to my channel. Doooovid was just showing it there. Thank you, my friend. Basically, just some of the content. Basically, it's a theoretical framework for physics. And again, people might say theory of entry, consciousness. Hey, power to you guys. That's too hard. I tried figuring out human beings. So I'm like, let me do some numbers and stuff. I can do computations. We have wonderful new tools like Wolfram Alpha, languages programming. We have different AI agent assistants and everything that again help let you know we live in the modern computational age. So my big pitch, so to speak, is right from the Physics Monastery is utilize the tools that's taken millennia and literally billions of human beings to get us to this point so we can level up.
Good message.
Thank you. I mean, that's all I really got. I mean, I can conjecture about random fundamental physics things and why they might be the case, but it's like, I don't know. I'm a dude.
Are you
Maybe he
writing
doesn't fully
or-
know what his channel is about. Maybe it's evolving.
The
Are you writing
algorithm.
also
No,
or
that's
just
true.
videos?
Oh, God.
Are you like working on a book or do you have a blog or just videos?
I started to do the website. I haven't updated the website in like a year. I should probably really get on that. Actually list the updated content. It's like physicsmonastery.org.earth.com. I don't know. I got all of those things.
Is it more
I haven't
research or more publication? Because like obviously you're putting out a decent amount of material, but you say like in reality you're doing more research.
I
compared to-
have 3 papers I need to write. I've basically need to do the conclusion on the thing about the conjectured mass of the Higgs boson. And then I'm going to submit that to Wolfram, and then if I need to convert it over to LaTeX, then I'll convert it over to LaTeX and submit it to like physical review. I'm just going to do the thing, submit to the journals. They can respond or not. It's up to them. And my thing is, I hear a lot of folks complain about the process. I hear folks that go through the process complain. How can I really complain about the process unless I attempt to go through the process? So I'm attempting to go through the process. That's basically what I'm doing.
So it sounds almost like a journal style, but also education outreach. Kind of, because we were talking about this before, like how much of it is character driven, like quote unquote influencer, which is a term I try to stay away from it because like I just want to focus on topics, but I guess it is a topic in its own. So I was wondering what you thought about that.
A given we don't like to address. It's
Well,
it makes
it's a
people
new
feel
framework.
awkward.
It's a new framework, and therefore, like everything within math and physics would have an implication under this new framework. So you could go over like basically anything that's already relatively known in math, physics, engineering, and under this new framework, it's going to have a different implication, similar to like Wolfram's new physics program.
See, I would say it surprisingly seems to line up with much of the standard model, or at least the generalized framework of physics as we know it, because it's regardless of whatever model you're using, it's like you got to at least hopefully come back and touch reality, touch experiment. And we have these different experiments. We have some of them to very high precision, some to only so much precision. And we're following those numbers because those are our hard fought things that we've taught, spent billions of dollars and however many, like millions of people, years of energy, blood, sweat, and sacrifice to get. So if you can fit those together in a way that makes sense, basically you can say numbers are numerology, and numerology is numerology until you explain more with less. So conveniently, we don't just need numerology. We actually have, well, we got to the through the numbers and modern tools that can provide different associations, that I discovered this geometric object that kept popping up, something like it was either the Giesking constant or the volume of the hyperbolic figure 8 knot, which can be projected in a toroidal complement form, as Jen had been. I forget which way it zones me over here. Had been mentioning earlier, and you look at it, and it's like, again, I'm not a professionally trained physicist nor mathematician, mostly a gamer. And if you're a gamer, you learn different games. Yes, there's a particular structure, there's a particular graphic user interface. You have to become accustomed to it. But then if you're a gamer, you notice certain attributes and properties of things that might be useful. I'm like, all right, well, this is a double cover of the simplest or the minimal 3 manifold. Okay, its first homology group is the integers. They seem to be undergoing an orthogonal twisting motion. There seems to be a rotation generated, and it seems to be composed of 5 actions within it. Those sound like a lot of neat properties when you start to explore the additional framework. And maybe one of the big things that I took away from Thad, where I'm like, it takes a little while to go through and verify this, but it's within our 3+1 dimensional expression, whatever this might be, within the dimensions of measure, you can boil them down to 5 ingredients. That's time, space, charge, mass, and temperature. From those 5 basic elements, we can use as the stuff to basically use those measurements, because you might see something like Boltzmann's constant, but then you realize, okay, well, there's a mass association, there's a temperature association, maybe it's going at distance and stuff. Like, there might be more complex things, but ultimately you can boil it down to those 5 ingredients. And that's very interesting. So he had been spending like 20 something years trying to think about this and put this together. I just happened to come across when he had just uploaded a video to YouTube. I watched it, it was fresh in my memory, and the next day they released the muon G2 results on April 7th, 2021. And then I'm like, wait, I remember a dude said a thing. Ask him about the thing. He says it agrees with it. According to the evidence, it agrees with it. Don't that be it all?
Are you
So
still a
that-
mod for Kirk Jaimungal?
I think so. He hasn't premiered things in a while and stuff. I feel like Kurt's worked really hard. He's put himself out there. He does things behind the scenes that people don't, that aren't always public. I think he cares.
But you're
I
not
think-
active in. You say he's not doing live streams in the way that
He
you're
would
active
usually do
mod.
premieres, but I think for premieres, he feels like he needs to be there or be paying attention. This is just rampantly my speculation. I feel like if he premieres a 2 or 3 hour podcast, he needs to be kind of at least in the chat every couple of minutes, and I feel like that's draining to him. So that's probably why he just puts it out. So that's speculation on my part, but it's tough, especially if you're trying to be a good person, and the scalability and what happens with that scalability on the internet, especially
So
if people
it's
disagree
not
with
that
you.
you're not modding for him, but he's not using streaming in a way that he even has mods anymore.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I watch the content like a lot of folks. It's okay. When do I pay attention to Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan was like the Fear Factor guy or something. I pay attention to Joe Rogan if there's somebody that's talking about something that I'm interested in, or a person that I find interesting.
I don't know if you remember Oswald. What's this? Is theology downstream from physics, or the other way around?
That ain't for me to say. I mean, my general take on that is that seems to be a personal relationship between yourself and the Almighty, for whatever word you use that, whether it's like yeah, oh my God, I thought about this earlier. Yahweh, Jehovah, Allah.
I don't know if he's trolling you. Like, are you guys transhumanists?
Oh no, he's making a reference to, I said the Physics Monastery is in Utah, So some may say that's a lot of LDS or Mormon culture and stuff like that out there. I have no comment. I've been treated well out there. People
Okay,
seem
well, I mean,
nice.
are you guys transhumanist, or that's not? It's
Oh no, no,
neutral.
no. I mean, I can only speak for myself. It's like I actually don't even know what that is. Is that the augmentation like cyberpunk style?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're saying it's pure science or theory. It's not like how people implement it isn't your
Oh,
goal in terms of like combining man and technology into one unified future.
I mean that sounds like a personal decision. I mean I think it would be cool to be able to make replicators, but in order to make replicators, you're going to need to have like room temperature, superconductivity, and you're also going to need fusion power or something to provide a level of fusion style magnitude of power in order to get to the third thing. I think it's possible. I think we can literally do it in about a generation or two.
We've been talking mostly about AI, and like my interest is more in manufacturing processes. Jennifer and Gandalf is more in like large language models, ChatGPT, or image video generation. You have any thoughts? And I guess just before you came in, we were debating the implications, whether it be utopian or dystopian, or whether replacing jobs will be good or bad. But you have any thoughts on AI or the direction of humanity related to these technologies?
I think it's going to take after us.
So I mean, that's why it's basically a tool. It could be utopian or dystopian.
I think it depends on what you believe in your fellow creature. Because
But
the way
meaning,
I
like
see
I'm
it,
saying, it's just a tool. Like it could be used for good or bad. It's just a tool.
dude, it's hard to say. Because when people start going through how these models are made and how you're doing it and analyzing it, I'm like, am I really much different than these things? Because it kind of reminds me of me in a little. I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
Maybe I'm
there's a
just being
question like,
hasty.
can we know anything outside of ourselves? And if we think we can, are we just going to keep having these self artifacts polluting what we think we know in the long term and everything? So I think you're actually like having a lot of improvement. So that's great. I gotta go for now. It's been a wonderful year in review, and I'm sure we'll do it again next year. At,
Hopefully
at the
I'll be
very,
around
at the
more.
latest, at the latest, like maybe we'll have some special stuff in the middle interim or whatever. Who knows? But
There's some solstice events.
But
yeah.
it's a blessing to see you, Church of Entropy.
Thank you, Gandalf. You too.
Good to see you, Jen.
Sorry for your loss again, and
Yeah, thanks
Yeah,
for
I'll
joining,
be back
Jennifer.
more.
Blessings, best wishes, and everything you're doing.
thank
And be in touch if you have any interesting updates or anyone. If she was in the chat, or I'll include the link to her channel. I don't think. When's the last time you posted a video or content? It's been a long time.
It's been a while, yeah. I had like one blog post, but I don't even consider it like me. It's just like an experiment with AI and whatnot. So
Okay, but anyone's interested, I'll in the description. I'll link the channel, or you could click on her last chat post and go directly to her channel and see her historical content. And if you reach out or encourage her, maybe she'll be more likely to make new content. But in the meantime, at least we did a year in review to hear. I guess memes or Gandalf, you're welcome to stick around to chat. I mean, we've just been talking about AI, but any other issues, if we get touchy, talk about like Israel or geopolitics or Trump or anything like that, it's up to you.
Well, I guess the only thing, I'm not super interested in those topics, save for the fact that, why were you? Because I wasn't following a lot of your content for a little while. Why were you kind of getting into this space where you were attracting all this, what you called counter-Semitic people and stuff like that, with criticizing Israel and stuff? How did that evolve for you after the events of October 7th and your relationship with your audience?
Well, because generally I'm an anti-Zionist, and I think the problem, I mean, mine is obviously okay, like terrorism or violence, bad in general, but the essential problem is Zionism and Jewish nationalism, and I'm opposed to it. So, I think as long as there's this Zionistic dream, there's going to be conflict, and it's at this point we're paying a high price with the the huge amount of death and the war and this war. So like relatively, the vast majority of Jews are Zionists. The vast majority of Jews are pro-Israel or defending the war, and so basically, I'm coming to say, well, ultimately, the cause of the war is the Jewish state, and the only way to solve the conflict is to give up on the Jewish state, which is was always my opinion. That was my opinion. That's what my rabbis taught me. That's been my opinion for 20 years. But relatively so. There's two things. One, I used to argue like the JQ, or just someone who would honestly talk about group conflict and various issues. So there's in a kind of just the facts, like, okay, let's say nationalist or white interest could be in conflict with Jewish interest on certain topics. So I was always a popular guest for people who just wanted an honest, just like, what does the Talmud say? Does it actually say this? But so because I was a huge critic of Israel, my week in review, like basically I was just like, I was covering the war, and then I would give my analysis, and my basic analysis was like, Israel bad. And because of that, like, I was attracting attention from people that don't like Israel, and like, as a Jew that's solidifying their beliefs. I mean, I also part of like Jewish Voice for Peace here in Metro Detroit, and went to like Palestinian events or encampments. But yeah, I mean, it's a really bad situation, and saying like, well, I'm an anti-Zionist who's embedded with Zionists, because like, basically like everyone I know is a Zionist.
An awkward position to be in. I mean, I'm not qualified. I don't know anywhere near enough to comment anything intelligently, but the general statement is, at least for me, don't harm children. But other than that, hey, Happy New
I'm
Year.
regularly making content bashing Israel.
Right.
It's going to it's going to attract the majority of attention from people who are anti-Israel, and that's what I'm saying. So I'm not like trying to make like, if like the majority of people watching my content are counter-Semitic, and so I occasionally will be on Twitter Spaces or have conversations and represent to explain my opinion, but I didn't want to do like a regular weekly Israel bashing session, and where like the people are tuning in just to hear me bash Israel, and the majority of the people tuning in are counter-Semitic. So that it's also kind of led to the demise of my stream. Do I gotta?
It's tough being a moderate voice, man. It's tough being a moderate voice.
Yeah, especially in today's day and age. My question for you would be, how has, because you've always been on talking about the JQ and interreligious dialogue.
I'm gonna pop out though, guys.
Of your channel.
Okay, thanks, James. I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, so talking about group conflict.
But also, I'm pushing that America should not support this war in Israel. So, that like, so most Jews, are using like, not, America should support the war in Israel, not because it's good for Israel, but because it's good for America. So like, to voice a counter narrative and say like, no, America shouldn't support this war. And the only reason America would be doing it is because American Jews or different lobbies are pressuring America to go against its best interest. And like, so like the anti-Semites are all popping in like, exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, American Jews control America, and they're running America straight off the cliffs for their own personal interest. So like, even if I might agree with that, it's of no benefit to me to at least to bring to my own channel content, just to say that every week again and again, where the only people tuning in are largely counter-Semitic.
Yeah, I guess my question for you is a bit more personal insofar as, because you've been in spaces, group conflict, you talked about some Evo Psych stuff, you talk about interreligious dialogue, and you talk about the JQ. I mean, those have been themes of your content for a very, very long time. My question to you would be, since October 7th, how is the zeitgeist around all of those issues vis-a-vis how you've interacted with people who also discuss them on all sides of it? How have things changed pre-October 7th and post-October 7th for you?
it's been a disaster. Like I reevaluate. I did a whole series on my failures as a Jew because I saw that like I was always anti-Zionist, although when I was in Hasidic Brooklyn or Israel, there was a large anti-Zionist community. But outside of that, almost all the Jews I know are Zionists, and they might have like just like, okay, you're dumb, you don't understand. But like with the war going on, I kind of look like I failed as a Jew, and I saw things moving past me because like I think it's a disaster. Like even to say like we're basically committing genocide, and it's a complete disaster. And I think it's going to be bad for the Jews. I don't think there's any. I think that we got ourselves into an endless war that we can't win, and that's likely to cause our own destruction. And it's made me distance myself from my Jewish identity, largely because like I used to say, what was Judaism, what the sages say, what my rabbis taught me, what I read in the books, or what Jews do. So I'm still like an independent Jew. I still do the Jewish rituals and pray, but I fell out of the community, and I largely saw I'm not going to have any effect. I'm not going to have any effect in changing the opinions of my fellow Jews, and me just voicing it again and again it is bad for me. And it's not working. So occasionally I feel like I'll get on Twitter Spaces and I'll be like a anti-Zionist activist. I'd say theological. Like generally I'm still pro-Jewish, and okay, I debated the JQ. I made certain consolations, or that most Jews didn't think I should have made it, but I was still defending Judaism. But honestly, I think Zionism is the problem, and I think the only way to get out of this is to give up on the Jewish state. And almost no Jew is going to agree with me, and for me just to keep on saying that again and again seemed kind of pointless.
Well, looking objectively, so to speak, for lack of a better term, as a little bit of a geopolitical analyst, because I do like analyzing those events, I would think your general opinion about the future of that conflict and its impact on the Jewish state is probably correct. Your pessimism about that, I would agree with you.
Directly linking the added other point is that the increase in anti-Semitism, where I say like if anti-Semitism is increasing due to our own bad behavior, most specifically, like I've always defended immigration and multiculturalism. That I still defend that, but and even the other things I tend to defend, but say just that we're pushing America to go against our interest, against larger American interests to support Israel in a war that doesn't benefit us, is the largest cause of the increase in anti-Semitism, and that it's pushback against the, like I put it to my Jewish friends, locally, like, you honestly think we're going to get away with this? And it's like, I don't think we're going to get away with this. Like in terms of like supporting immigration and multiculturalism, like, yeah, I think we're going to get away with that. There might be pushback and nationalists that, like, I'll debate that all day. I think we will get away with this, but like the war, all these people we killed, like pushing America to go to war with Lebanon or all these various things, like, I don't think we're going to get away with this.
Yeah, because
I keep on saying that again and again, and if you might tend to even agree with that you would say like, well, yeah, you don't think it's in America's interest, and you think it's largely American Jews or various interests that are pushing America against that, and the pushback and rise in anti-Semitism is in direct relationship not to irrational anti-Semitism or people believing or people like me with saying dangerous things, but it's because we're pushing for a war and we've killed all these people.
Yeah, and I don't think Americans are going to go fight a war in the Middle East for any reason. I don't think they're.
I don't mean fight it, but even just to be complicit, giving the weapons, or I mean, like troops on the ground. But it's saying like almost all the bombs were given by America, the UN resolutions, or the other issues that. I mean, we could go into detail however much you want about it, but just on the personal issue, like like the day after October 7th, like I followed it. I was shown the war maps, and I was like, do not bomb Gaza. Like, it is not going to help. And as they did it more and more, it's like, you're never going to defeat Hamas, and we're just going to put ourselves into a forever war. And Israel's just going to be, it's never going to accomplish the goal. We're going to keep on killing people, and we put ourselves into a situation now where the war has no end. And like I said, that the day on October 7th, I was like, do not bomb Gaza. However they should have handled it in terms of like, okay, one state solution, or giving, citizenship, or at least, okay, like defend the territory, whatever. But it was like, do not bomb Gaza. But like, October 7th, October 8th, we were already bombing Gaza. And now a year later, we've destroyed Gaza, we've destroyed Lebanon, and the war is probably going to go on for another decade.
Yeah, it's looking quite peace in that region does not seem in the offing anytime too soon, which is unfortunate. But people are making their choices, I guess. I'm kind of resigned on all of it. I don't even argue about these issues with people anymore.
Well, I say I still would like to promote Judaism, but it's so difficult for me to promote Judaism because most people, Zionism's integral to Judaism. So I want to promote Judaism and say Zionism is actually contradictory to Judaism, but it basically became impossible where I don't even promote Judaism. And I largely look at either I'm a failure of stressing or convincing people of anti-Zionism, or I'm a failure as a Jew, and my Jewish identity has diminished. And so now I'm even questioning my own Jewish identity to say, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is what Judaism is, and I don't want a part of it.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I think and this goes for most peoples around the world. I think questions of identity and who people are and who they belong to, and who their allegiances and loyalties should be to. I think these are questions that are going to come into sharp relief for everyone, regardless of this conflict in the Middle East in the years to come. Because I think a lot of people are going to be questioning the foundational norms for why different societies exist at this point. I think those questions can be kind of normal, going forward. I don't think, to be honest, this conflict in the Middle East, and I think the Trump administration is going to be much more aggressive in backing Israel than the Biden administration was. I think that's going to basically end America, because I don't think America in its current situation as a geopolitical entity has much more juice to squeeze. I think it's near the end.
Yeah, I saw the picture of like Trump dancing to the Village People in front of Miriam Adelson and all these things like release the hostages or else. And it's like, or else what? Like what are we going to do to Gaza we haven't done already? And it means like if we've killed 50,000 people and we have millions of people in horrible starvation conditions, like what are we going to do? We're going to kill hundreds of thousands of more of them. And unfortunately, like I think we are going to. I think that, that's why, as opposed to just giving up, I will continue to be on X Spaces or voice my opinion, because however bad what we've done already is, I think it's going to get worse. And like God forbid the genocide word, especially like this horrible defense that I hear constantly is like, it's not genocide because if we wanted to, we could have killed all of them, and we've only killed like a tiny fraction of them. Is extremely dangerous, because I think like however bad it's been already under Trump, he could just give carte blanche to really kill millions of people. And
well, and he's and it's gearing up that way. Everyone he's appointed that would run those policies favors that. Trump has vocally favored that. It looks like that's going to happen. And I predicted from the beginning myself that all 2.5 million residents of that beleaguered region would be unalived, and that's what's going to happen.
I had thought originally
we've already probably had 500,000 or 600,000 deaths in that region already.
Well, I thought originally that they would end up as refugees in America and Europe, but that hasn't happened.
It's not going to happen. I don't think they want that to happen. I think they want. I think the plan is to get rid of them all.
Well, I mean, I think unfortunately, I think like genocide is the most likely outcome now, if you don't consider what's happened already. But like, I think Israel and America probably would have preferred exiling them into Arab nations. And then when that didn't work, Israel probably would have preferred exiling them into European nations. And I mean, really, God forbid, like World War II and the functionalism versus intentionalism debate, where you see, most Jews, God forbid, think, take an intentionalist view of the Holocaust, as where most historians take a functional approach of the Holocaust. And you think, in Gaza like that, is it, if you're considered a genocide, was it intentional or functional? And so basically, I'm saying, well, it's genocide, but it's functional. The intention wasn't to kill him. The intention was just to get him out of there, but they couldn't get him out of there. And so they're going to kill him, God forbid.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's just,
I mean, you could argue like, no, the intention was always to kill him. And maybe, some of the people there, probably did always intend that. And it's scary because even liberal Jews, like even like gay or feminist Jews tend to take a hard line, liberal except for Palestine. And, kind of this, you're like, well, you got to do what you got to do. And I'm a universal humanist. They just say like, like kids are kids, and like, Palestinians or anybody, believe that no one's born bad, or anybody could change or as a result of their conditions. And just saying like, well, I mean, so I would propose like the only way to end this, really, like thousands of Israelis are going to have to be held accountable for war crimes just from what's happened now. But unfortunately, like the chance of that happening is very small. And however bad what we've seen in the last year, it's probably going to get worse over the next year. And it's probably going to cause the destruction of Israel, because they're getting away with it. And I know I've actually teamed up with, Adam Green in one of your big issues. And I think Christianity is one of the biggest problems. Like I said, like, to my fellow Jews, like, you really think we're going to get away with this? And I think the main reason why Jews think that they're going to get away with it is because of Christianity. And the main reason why America is complicit in it is Christianity. So I've been streaming or still talking to like Adam Green and Albert Bashai about, the mythical Jesus or the Jesus deception. And it's problematic. I don't know if you're still as strongly anti-Christian as you were a few years ago.
I'm still strongly anti-Christian, and I agree with you on this point, by the way.
I mean, I think Christianity can make people a better person. Like the myths are important, but you say like, yeah, I mean, like a rational Jew would just be thinking like, there's no way we're going to get away with this. It's just impossible. Like, but you have to think rationally. Like, we're not going to be able to get away with this. But I think the rational Jew does think we're going to get away with it because they see, they believe in the end time prophecies, or they look and see, well, America or the West is Christian, and that. And I think most Jews, Israelis, honestly do believe that they're doing, so to say, the goyim a favor. Like I say, like most Jews think that they're selfless, not selfish. And I mean, it takes a big humility, self-introspection to say, actually, I'm selfish, not selfless. But your average Jew honestly does think that they're doing the world a favor, even by even with the cold-blooded killing or whatever, the starvation. But on any level of Judaism, your average Jew thinks that they're doing the world a favor. And if the world wasn't Christian, I'm not sure they would think that. I don't think they would. I think Islam also is the same, problematic nature. That, with the Adam Green kind of say that Christianity and Islam are both controlled opposition.
Yeah,
But
I tend to believe that they are.
Then I also have the fear of God that, because somewhat world events are going according to the biblical prophecy, that I have this deep fear that maybe God really does run the world in this way. That, maybe, and like God chose the Jewish people, and then like the sages, and say like, the severe punishment or danger to the Jewish people from an angry and jealous God. Is it possible that that this is just how God created the world?
Well, the God didn't create the world; the demiurge did.
Well, I'm saying that the world is ran in this manner, that that there is going to be this. We mentioned like Kirk Doolittle or What If Alt Hist and the historical cycles But I've talked about often the boom bust cycle of Judaism and the purge cycle, where theologically, basically, God is merciful and allows people to sin and allows people a large amount of time to repent for our sins. But eventually, if mankind doesn't repent, um, the world has to be purged. And so the Kabbalistic, Judeo Christian, Islamic apocalyptic model is basically these boom bust cycles of based on the theology, and we're approaching the bust cycle. And if you take the Bible at heart and the warnings of the Bible, God forbid, like some of my rabbis used to say, to scare people into doing the rituals and being Orthodox Jew, World War II or the Holocaust, God forbid, that's nothing compared to what's coming. And like I could see that, saying like Trump comes in and maybe we do kill millions of people, and then we do get this apocalyptical situation where all of the worst things we've ever seen in history is nothing compared to what's coming. And honestly, that's people from a biblical perspective, that's what they're fearing, or even pushing back and say it's not going to be good for you. Like Messiah, like it's not like Messiah is going to come and everything's going to become good. We're just going to be punished for our sin, and we're approaching this bust cycle, and it's going to be probably the worst bust cycle that's ever been seen in history. So that fear, that scares me. And
Sorry, I meant to ask you. I was having trouble with my button there for a second. I meant to ask you. I think there's a lot of cognitive dissonance going on. I think more people are seeing that, as you say, a lot of Jews view themselves as universalists and doing things for the good of humanity, but people see their actions are doing things for their own self-interest against the rest of humanity. So there's a growing gap there, I think, in terms of perception. That's just how I'm seeing both sides as they look at it, and this is going to cause quite a bit of suffering, unfortunately. I don't see things ending well for this current geopolitical order as a result of October 7th. I think things were already. I think the Russo-Ukraine war, I think, already put a serious dent in the coffin. But once October 7th happened, I think there's a hole in the ship, and the ship is sinking, and there's nothing we can do to plug that hole. We don't have enough plaster. We don't have enough skilled people. We don't have enough buckets to bail out the ship. I think it's done. Just
we
the
spoke
question
about
is
this.
how much suffering there's going to be as we go through it. That's the only question, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about this in COVID-19. I'd mentioned theologically that COVID-19 was a warning from God to change our ways, and it basically cheapened the value of human life in terms of the risk reward calculation, because millions of people basically died randomly for nothing. And a typical risk reward calculation, you say, well, I'm not going to do something that risky because I have a good life and possibility ahead of me to build up a family. And that's kind of like the what if altist, and saying like, well, no, millennials, like they can't even get married, they can't support themselves economically, they can't even reproduce. And the Ukraine war and just this cheapening of human life, where the risk reward calculation changes, and people are like, well, if I was going to be able to get married and have a family, I would probably make more conservative, low risk decisions. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to reproduce. I'm having a hard time, even just economically supporting myself, where I'm in constant fear of not only the fact that I didn't find a woman or reproduce, but also that I can't even maintain my own survival. That it would cause me to make much more rash risk reward decisions, which would mean like revolution, war, and that's globally for the bus cycle. And theologically, you say, well, good people, the system is rigged, and even good people who try to do everything right are failing. So God has no choice but to for the sake of the righteous people who are doing everything right and still suffering and failing, has to basically purge the system. And if you don't take a theological perspective, you just take a rational perspective where the risk reward calculation, okay, like God forbid, like you're 40, I'm in my 40s. We haven't found the right woman. We haven't reproduced. We're not economically stable. And I'm much more prone to make rash decisions and take high risk than if I had a family that I was supporting, and those basic amenities had been met. I think
Yeah.
that's what if autist, like the Ryan Rudyard Lynch, really points out about the disconnect between the boomers and the millennials. The millennials, they're just not making it. Society's rigged against them in a way that they can't succeed, to the point where you have young men that can't reproduce, that can't make a living, and their risk reward calculation is going to make it much more likely they're going to revolt and go to war.
Or maybe they just check out like they're doing now. Like I'm kind of hoping that we don't have revolt and war and all that stuff. We might avoid it, but I don't want it. I don't particularly like mass societal violence myself. I find it pretty horrible. It causes a lot of unnecessary suffering and confusion, and I don't like it.
Well, obviously, I'm just trying to rationalize. I mean, a lot of people use the word evil, and evil is an implication that it's something super rational, something that's spiritually or caused by a higher non-force that's not within the realms of human nature. So I'm saying, like, obviously, no one wants to suffer, but when you're already suffering, it changes. Like, that's why, like, it changes the risk reward calculation. You personally, you're saying you would like to make low risk decisions, and just be a traditionalist raising your family, but you don't have that luxury. And everybody's in this case where just to survive, you have to make regular high risk decisions. And so it's not putting on like that people are bad. People are just, at the end of the day, people are going to do what they have to do to survive. And if the situation's bad, what they have to do to survive is going to be higher risk. So yeah, I mean, most people might just tune out, accept poverty, accept failure, accept okay, like I failed at reproducing, I failed at societal success, I even failed at being able to meet my basic amenities. So let me just crawl into a corner, accept my sickness, and eventually die. Yeah, I mean, probably half of people will do that, but some people are going to fight. Some people are going to. That's why I'm just trying to put it into this risk reward scenario where everybody's in a bad situation and prone to making bad decisions because there are no good decisions to make. Okay, so like we said, like I educate myself. I try to use my time as wisely as possible rather than complaining. Like I stopped doing week in review because I didn't want to come on week in review and just complain every week. But I still try to use my time wisely and learn about AI, and like what you're saying is probably right. But I still study technology and manufacturing processes, even though I can't find a job. Even though for 15 years I can't find a job, I still constantly study this stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's value to pursuing knowledge, for your own interests and in subjects themselves. I mean, I find just that commendable in anybody. Yeah, I think we're going into interesting times. I think already we're starting to see fractures. I mean, this whole Musk versus MAGA bro thing is a sign that, none of these political movements are going to hold together because everyone's going to go off in their own interests as they see them. I mean, I just see a lot of entropy in the system. The system's pretty decayed, and it's going to decay ever more rapidly.
Well, I mean, you're well read. Like Rudyard Lynch or Doolittle, even but I mean, even the stuff that it's based on, like Turchin or Spengler, I think it's just cyclical, and we're at the bust point of the cycle. I mean, do you think that's a reasonable explanation?
Yep, and it's going to be a global bust because Russia and China and the BRICS nations aren't really in much better shape than America. They might have a little less cultural conflict because they come from societies that aren't, although they're not monoethnic societies, they're not quite as ethnically diverse as America is. So that's going to add an extra pressure on America's decline. But all these countries are declining because the whole generation isn't forming families and households, and if men don't do that, they don't feel part of their society, so they're not going to participate to the same degree in providing productive economies. So you're going to see economic decline everywhere, a lot of debt bubbles and banks collapsing. I mean, that's probably guaranteed at this point.
A corruption rig system where talented people can't use their talent, and corrupt people holding on to the little power that they have, using all the power that they have to try to pick winners and losers. In order to do that, they have to hold people down. And so, someone like me or you, unfortunately, really only has a chance in a post-apocalyptic world. Like you say, things could get better without an apocalypse, but things are so corrupted and so negative momentum that you really, our only hope is, so to say, to weather the bust cycle and hope that we're in a decent position to have acquired skills, and then to have those skills put to use in the post bust cycle. And you say, well, however you understand the bust cycle, or compare it, if it's a 75-year cycle or 250-year cycle, 20-year cycles, if we're, let's say it's a 10-year cycle and we're like 3 years in to the cycle, and it's probably going to get worse the next 5 years, and it might even get extremely bad with like violence and starvation. And then, like 7 years from now, we'll be moving out of the bust cycle. So 10, close to 10 years from now, we could be in the rebuilding cycle where remote possibility that someone, people like us, could be new leaders in whatever the next system is. And
I think
say that's the best hope that we could come up with.
Yeah, I mean, I think things will look quite a bit better 10 years out, and maybe there'll be spaces for new thought leaders, and I'm hoping that we can have a more benevolent and chill world after that. But we're gonna have to go through a bunch of crazy before that, and we haven't nearly exhausted it.
Yeah, I think it'll also be localized. Like, I think, like World War II, like, okay, I think the bus cycle is getting worse, and we're approaching the midway point. And however, there's not necessarily going to be violence and poverty everywhere. And so, it's possible where I'm at, you're at, it could be that there might be economic hard times, a little fallout of law and order, but it could be relatively stable in different areas to weather the cycle that what's happening in Ukraine or Israel, or maybe New York City, or certain urban areas like Chicago, different areas. But I think you could still find relative pockets of peace even in the worst point of the cycle, although it's unpredictable. Like, I mean, the nature of these cycles is it's going to be bad for everybody, and it's unpredictable.
I would agree. I think that's probably the general gist of it. I think it's gonna. We're in there. There's a strong desire for real deep societal reform that is going unaddressed. I mean, I don't think anyone who, unlike 8 years ago, anyone who's a serious thinker believes like a figure like Donald Trump's really going to like save anything. I think people are at a much deeper level of disillusion, and I'm hoping that motivates constructive action to build alternatives rather than destructive cycling of violent fantasies or whatever people tend to do when things go bad. I'm hoping it leads to constructive action from people to build something better, but we'll see. I mean, I don't worry a lot about having hope for this or hope for that. I just watch how things play out. Generally, I'm not super optimistic that a lot of people are really on the road to real personal transformation, spiritual enlightenment, and educational attainment. I'm not really. I mean, maybe that's happening in other pockets, but I don't think there's any sort of mass awakening coming. That's for sure. I just think we'll see. I just don't think the current global power structure is going to survive. It's not sustainable. I mean, it's going against nature, and nature always bats last, and it always gets the game winning at bat.
Well, it was kind of my point to Church of Entropy about the hypothesizing about how to use power that you don't have. It's like, well, theoretically, like, yeah, like the people in power or society collectively made good decisions, things could be pretty good, especially with like the direction of technology. But unfortunately, we're in a corrupted system, and the people who have power are generally corrupted and and a whole bunch of issues at play where you don't want to be in the unfortunate, well, you have to acquire power in order to change anything, because that's the problem. It's like, well, you can't do anything without power, so I have to dedicate myself to acquiring power. But by trying to acquire power, you corrupt yourself, and so otherwise you basically have to opt out. You'd still be useful at a certain level, and I've been trying to act locally, like think globally, but act locally. And I got more involved in my local homeowners committee, or trying to better my relationship with my family, or neighbors, friends. I'm active in education, chess coaching or whatever, to try to be a mentor, a role model to the next generation. But kind of like the think global, act locally. I'm not sure if that's applicable to your situation too, where you could uh, act locally, and then if there is a collapse, like at least you'll be positioned to um, act locally.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying. I mean, I'm aware of a lot of the stuff going on in my very local community. Let's put it that way, and I am somewhat involved with changing it. But yeah, I won't say more. It's just because it's irrelevant to this discussion. My little hovel.
Yeah, I
But
didn't mean to get like personal, but I was saying like that I've taken to be more involved locally due to what's happening.
well,
And
that's probably better. Better. I mean, you have more control over that than you do things far away. And most people don't have much of a concept of what's far away from them anyway, much less even of themselves. So, I think we need to start in general. I've gone, and this has gone for me too, with a lot more epistemic humility about a bunch of things. And that's generally not, most people don't think they can get cult prestige by showing epistemic humility. They need to come on and immediately be an influencer who knows everything, and need to always be projecting that image of themselves in order to keep their followers. And well, the moment those people are wrong or get a hot take totally wrong, they lose all their influence. And that anxiety of potentially losing influence is behind a lot of the antics of a lot of these so-called influencers. And somehow we need to get out of that loop in order to get some real growth and progress.
yeah, and then like the unfortunate, like you become an influencer, and then really the only power you have is to try to influence elections. You could use like whatever little power you have to try to encourage self-improvement or education, but you're really influenced, because the way power works is we have this representational democracy system, and eventually you have to get behind one candidate or another. And you're just like I determined a long time ago that like in Israel, I think Zionism is essentially the problem. I think in America, like representational democracy is essentially the problem. That there is no solution within this representational democratic system, because when you look at, well, we need to change the system, and the only way to change the system is to try to get one person or another person in power through winning elections, and that just adds to the corruption. And then the nature of the complexities, that there's so many important issues that are beyond the capabilities of one person to even understand, that even if your person does get into power, it's likely just to be used for corruption, because it's beyond the capabilities of one person really to understand all the issues facing society.
Well, at least the kind of people presented in front of us, that would seem to be the case. It seems that there's better understanding of the problems facing society and options for pretty substantial reform from outside the system than there is from within the system, which is doesn't speak well of the system, that it's pretty impervious to listening to such voices. So a system which won't take information feedback that would keep the system going, but would rather go on its own self-destructive course, well, that system is due for a downfall, and there's going to be a lot of people that suffer the more they're attached to it. So we're just going to have to go through it. I don't mean to be rude. Unfortunately, I have to depart. I've got some things I got to do. It was good to catch up. I will be streaming. I'm probably going to do a stream on Friday. I'm going to start streaming more regularly again. So
Do you even have a channel? I'm not sure the link.
Yes, I'll share it with you. The link in StreamYards. It's a different YouTube channel. I've only done one test stream on it, but
Okay, I mean you're a smart guy and well read, so there is demand just for commentary. If you put it in the private chat or something, I'll put it in and share it in the video. But I'm sure you could build a decent following. I mean, these days it's problematic also because streaming has been decentralized, and now everybody's on multiple platforms and like Rumble and X, and so the direction is to multi-stream to a whole bunch of channels. But just because you're capable of reading or understanding things or sifting through information, you'd probably be good at streaming, and if you got active, you could probably become a panelist on different shows. Did you hear like Mario Nuffel on X?
no, I don't know about Mario Nuffel. What's going on with Mario?
I mean, he's like a Lebanese Australian businessman, crypto millionaire that's based in Dubai, but he's the host of the biggest X Spaces that like Elon Musk, and he has all these guests with like sometimes tens of thousands of people listening on X. And eventually I got on one of his panels and reached out. And the unfortunate nature of streaming is if you try to get on the bigger platforms, they basically give precedence to the number of followers you have. So like it doesn't matter if you're really smart or say good things, it'll be extremely difficult to get your voice heard. And maybe like some people, like they might like you, oh, this guy's smart. But like generally you got to wait in line to talk, and then they usually let the people with the most followers talk first, or gain the conversation. And most of the time the people with the most followers are really not, they're corrupted or not, don't really have anything good to say. So the streaming game is kind of rigged in that even if you built up a following, but like, yeah, I mean, you're pretty smart and would be able to you'll probably have decent success in the streaming, in the technology. So you might have better luck on X than on YouTube, because like the number of people using YouTube is down and the censorship on YouTube is up. Or then if you're like, and as I said, there's no centralized platform anymore. There's Rumble and BitChute or X, and so the big names try to multicast to all of them. And if you're trying to get people in the chat to come on, but so it's more, streaming is more difficult than it was a few years ago.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't mean to be rude. I do have to depart. I got.
Okay, yeah, I shared your YouTube in the chat, so pleasure talking, and hopefully people will tune into some of your content.
Yeah, I'm going to be starting streaming on Friday again, and I'll be probably streaming 2 or 3 days a week. I've kind of rescheduled myself for that, so you'll see me around and be talking about some different subjects, mostly spirituality, personal transformation. If we do politics, more meta politics, not a whole lot of current event stuff.
Okay. Well, you can reach out, like if you're having an interesting conversation that I have expertise in or interest in, happy to be a panelist.
Yeah, I would definitely invite you. There are some subjects I definitely like hearing your takes on. So I will be in touch
Sure.
with you over that.
You'll see a lot of the same people are still at it, like Claire.
Oh, secular Quran well, Claire is just going to do what Claire does. I
Well, I mean, she'll find your way to you if you get a few hundred followers or people listening. She'll find your way on.
yeah. So I can have her secular Quranist dictatorship.
I would say you'll recognize like a lot of the same. I mean, some people have changed the names, but like if you're out there, like you'll find a lot of the same people right away.
Well, I'm sure. Well, it'll be fun to reconnect. Anyway, blessings to you. Good, even more blessings to the folks in the chat. To a good 2025 for everybody. 2024. Glad it's in the rearview mirror and time to turn a new page. Good blessings to everyone. Good night.
Okay, so we appreciate Gandalf joining. Hadn't seen him in a few years, and I guess I'll link his channel in the description when I do it. And I added, it looks like he's only got one follower, so you can give him a follow. And he said he's going to stream Friday night, so that'd be interesting. He was a good streamer, guy who knew how to read and acquire information and have intelligent things to say. So, but it's a tough market out there, and you put yourself at risk doing it. But so hopefully you'll be able to weather the storm. So that may be it for my year two. If anyone specifically had a at Doooovid, you put in the chat if anyone had an at Doooovid chat. I mean, like these days, like so like influencer, that's the direction, like to become an influencer. But it's like eventually you got to use the influence, like for elections, you become like a thought leader or try to profit from it. But just being informative, someone who knows how to read, acquire, sift through information, is valuable because most people don't have time to follow a whole bunch of information or the ability to read through it all and determine what's important or to get the bottom of it. But it's near impossible. So I did sign up for a few. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to let my StreamYards subscription lapse. So I'll still be able to use StreamYards with the watermark. Like they raised the price. It's like $480. I paid for the last 2 years like $200 or something for StreamYards, $250, but the price is nearly doubled. And I'm not streaming much, so I think I'm going to let my StreamYards subscription lapse. But I still might stream occasionally. If anyone wants to reach out or have a conversation, I'm willing to stream. I'm not sure. I'm probably not going to do a regular week in review. I'm not sure I'm going to continue with the Metaphysics series or some of my research, although I might. So people could follow on social media or stay tuned. I do plan to go to at least 2 conferences this year, and hopefully I'll stream them. There's the additive manufacturing conference that's like every other year in Detroit. So that's coming up in a few months. There's a Michigan construction conference coming up. I signed up for. Maybe I'll stream that. And then these are months away. I think they're like 3-4 months away. Is the additive manufacturing 3D printing conference that I did a few years ago. That was pretty good. So hopefully I'll do a stream there and we'll get a firsthand look at the latest technology, additive manufacturing. And then it's probably like 5 months away, the Automate conference, which also is like every few years in different places, is in Detroit again this year. So, see the robotics or automation technology at Huntington Place. And so I think last time I even streamed twice, and that was pretty cool. I was talking about the AI and manufacturing technology. And, so hopefully I'll get down and I'll do a live stream and you'll see some of the latest technology. And so I don't think I streamed like a single engineering expo this year. There was one thing, there was like construction on the highway. So even some of the conferences I usually go to, it was like 6 months of construction on the highway near me. And it made the travel time like twice as long. Usually it's like a 15-20 minute drive, but it's really annoying. driving, like in traffic and the construction. So that caused me not to go to conferences, and the war in Israel kind of got me down. But now that I guess I've distanced myself from having to constantly voice my opinions on the war in Israel, maybe I'll focus more, at least get a few automation conferences. I'm going to continue my blog on Chess about models of expertise. If that goes somewhere, good feedback, maybe I'll stream more chess. I don't think I'm going to actually stream playing chess, but maybe theories of mind or consciousness specifically related to chess improvement. If it's applicable, I might try to stream that. But unfortunately, I got no real plans for streaming. X spaces, if I'm in X spaces, they'll probably be more related to Israel and the war, unfortunately, God forbid. Machine Lies has had interesting conversations. He's probably even live now. I mean, I might even it looks like he's got a full panel of 10 people, but I might even end up on Machine Lies panel later tonight, although he's got a full panel, and everyone kind of wants to say their 2 cents, so it's not really clear how much progress getting at, but he's talking about technology and theology and spirituality. I'd probably be more likely to stream with Gandalf if he did, but Machine Lies is an interesting character. I'll put his link in the chat if anyone's familiar with it, but it's possible I'll pop on his show every once in a while. I'm basically willing to talk to anybody. So if someone reaches out and wants to chat or even stream on my channel, I almost always say yes. It doesn't happen that much. Yeah, I'll probably pop on Machine more in the future. Although he has these big panels, and yeah, as okay, like right now it's winter break, and next week I'll be back to work coaching chess. But yeah, I might pop on Machine Lies more often. We'll see. Unfortunately, there's not like if anyone has any recommendations of good discussions, I would host discussions. Even AI, like I wanted to avoid like like the Church of Entropy, kind of just like the bickering, who's right or who's wrong. Just kind of like, well, this is what I think. You could say what you think. People have well thought out, well researched views, and share those, and not necessarily that there's a right or wrong. Like so, I would have been interested in talking about AI more. Um, without kind of, I think the sociological, they kind of lead to pointless discussions because it's like, here's my prediction about what's going to happen in the future. Here's the other person's prediction of what's going to happen in the future. And the reality is like neither one's prediction about what's going to happen in the future really matters that much. So if you actually have some sort of research, so it's to me, it's more interesting to just explain processes or how things work. So it would have been more interesting just to explain, but a lot of it's really complicated, like to explain how chatgpt, when I used to do week in review, as said, they had the years, the year in AI comes out in September, and I was going to go through like the 150 slides. I used to show the AI explain Yannick Kilcher, um the Tesla space. I still watch all those channels, so like the things I used to show on week in review, yeah, like the Anglo stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of going nowhere. It's like you could have your opinions on, like I was on Stephen James and like Luke Ford, and it's always like immigration. And if you're not explaining processes, you're just kind of like complaining or whining about the direction, or you're trying to influence, like, I'm going to change the direction of the way things are going. A lot of those things are just kind of pointless. Like, um, like I was saying earlier, you're pretending or fantasizing about how you would exercise power that you don't actually have is pointless. You're saying, I don't have that kind of power. No one's going to ask me for my opinion how that power is exercised. And so, these kind of like fantasies, if I were in charge, this is what I was going to do. That's just what they are. They're pointless fantasies. They're not really beneficial, as opposed to explaining processes. And then even something like, well, H-1B1 visas or immigration, just explaining the current state of facts on the ground, as opposed to, I mean, you could listen to certain people and say like, their perspective or why things are good or bad for them. Um, I mean, like if I were doing coverage of the war in Israel, I might ramble on my opinions, but I used to try to explain to the best of my ability, because I spend hours every day following the news, to read through the fog of war and just give a perspective on what is actually happening. What's the best understanding? Like, okay, the situation in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, like showing maps, reading through articles. And honestly, I like reading articles. Like, I mean, thank God I got, more than a minion here. I got more than 10 people watching. Um, it probably wouldn't be that interesting if I just started reading articles, but I have still from like Week in Review, I had like 50 articles. And there's a lot of things that are really interesting to me that I read. Like, I read constantly just because I'm curious. Like, and one of the things, like, I like mind and sociology. And like, someone's mentioned Kevin McCarran, and we're talking like the neuroscience of group identity. And I had a whole bunch of stuff on like the evolution of religion. Um, I had more stuff on gifted and talented education, but I had a whole bunch of material on the origins of religion, group identity, the sociology of religion, belief in superstition or supernatural, and just trying to understand these mental processes. And like, I read it, I could talk about it, but honestly, I didn't find anything better than to just read these articles. Um, I mean, if people are interested, I would go back to doing it, because, like, honestly, I like doing it. I like doing the research. I like reading the articles, and I like listening back to myself reading the articles. So I was telling Jennifer offline that, like, basically, Week in Review is like a public psychology experiment I'm conducting on myself, on like how to understand these issues. Because a lot of these things like Judaism, self improvement, the models of expertise, like now I'm writing about it, but really the I research these things largely for my own selfishness, for self improvement. Like, behind me, all these books on my shelf on Judaism, I didn't read them because I wanted to teach Judaism. I read them because I wanted to practice Judaism. I wanted to understand them. I wanted to know. And so, like, eventually I became a streamer. I know quite a bit, or could ramble out information about countless topics. But almost all of the topics that I researched, I didn't research them to teach. I researched them for my own self improvement or my own curiosity. I'm still doing the teaching company. I'm still a regular subscriber to the teaching company. In fact, teaching company is no longer doing DVDs at all, so it's just a subscription. But I still listen to the teaching company constantly, all their new courses, and I listen to repeats of all sorts of issues. I just like understanding things. I mean, it's kind of fun to have an audience and ramble to, and people ask questions or value my opinion. Um, but I would say even that, like, more of my interest is self improvement and understanding things. But like, okay, I'm a middle aged man and I need accomplishments in life, so I got to put myself out there. And at the same time, like, like when Jennifer tried to get in writing, I explained the scientific process and how to write papers, and you got to position yourself in the history of ideas. I think I've read almost all the material on a lot of these issues, and I have unique thoughts. And I would like to put that out there, find a community. I would like to publish. Honestly, like, okay, the Science of Consciousness conference is in Barcelona. So, like, Church of Entropy, she didn't want to go to the Science of Consciousness conference. And, Week in Review, okay, like, she had her schedule issue where Sunday night was no longer available. But, like, okay, I wanted to take Week in Review to the next level. And I would have even paid for Jennifer to go to Italy to go to the Science of Consciousness conference, but whatever, it didn't interest her, and that wasn't the way she saw it. and I didn't end up going to the Science of Consciousness conference. This year in July, it is in Barcelona, and I don't think I'm going to go this year either, but I would eventually like to go to the Science of Consciousness conference. I would like to eventually present at the Science of Consciousness conference, but first I have to write something. So I'm starting with a blog on the chess server. I'm getting back into writing. Yeah, I'm sure Spain is nice. Yeah, I think it's in July. The the conference in Barcelona. I think it's unlikely I would go. It's a huge expenditure of money, and I don't know anybody there. I'm not sure. I mean, it's remotely possible I still might go, but I'm getting older. Like God forbid, not my salt and pepper beard and middle age is hitting me, like in terms of health. Like thank God I'm pretty good health, but like I feel that my peak health is over, and I fear injury. Like I fear sickness and injury. Like I'm getting older and middle age, and I fear that my peak health, and like I don't want to like it's expensive, and I don't really even have good health insurance, and I fear injury. I fear uh, you know death approaching. I fear not ever getting married, not having children, and so I still hope to find the right woman and build up a family, but middle age is onset, and so I have that pressure to make accomplishment. I don't really have, honestly, I'm lazy. I don't really have a desire to work. I don't really want to get a regular job. But I do want to write a book. I do want to forward ideas. I do want to be part of intellectuals or associations, and that's largely why I stream. But with Spain, well, I mean, obviously, if I spent all the money to go to Barcelona, I would almost certainly stream from there. I don't know if you mean because of like crime or people stealing or anything, but like, I mean, I would definitely, if I went to Barcelona, I would definitely like bring my cell phone and laptop, and I would try to live stream. Like I would definitely want to get a selfie with Hamarov and some of the big names, or like stream an interview. I don't know if I'd like walk around the town or try to see the sights. I mean, I would assume that it's in Barcelona, but I would assume the conference is probably in like some hotel or convention center that's safe. Um, but it'd probably be a fortune. It probably cost me like $3,000 to $5,000 to go. I have to plane fare. I'd have to take out a hotel room would probably be like $200 per week, food, entry. So it'd be like at least $3,000, probably $5,000 to go to the conference. Plus, I'd have to take a week off of work, and have my affairs taken care of, so I could go away for a whole week. Well, I guess it's probably going to be close to $1,000 to fly to Europe. I mean, the ticket would probably be at least like $700, maybe $1,000, and you probably got to take a cab and hotel. But I mean, there's no way it'd be less than $3,000 to go to the Science of Consciousness conference in Barcelona, and it might even be $5,000. So I probably won't go. And like I said, I'd have to take a week off. I'd have to settle my affairs and see to it that all my responsibilities here are taken care of. And I don't know if I'll be able to do that, but it is a goal still. If I were presenting, if I had a paper, if just to go to be a spectator, to try, like I'm going to go all the way to Barcelona to get a selfie with Amarov, or to shake a few hands, is not a good use of money. As opposed to like if I could be a presenter, if I pay investing in myself $5,000 to be a presenter there, versus investing $5,000 in myself just to shake a few hands, get a few selfies, listen to it's probably not a good use of money and time. But it's still a goal. It's still in the future of possibility. I'm still working hard. I still read constantly, but I'm trying to write more. I wasn't getting enough feedback. Lambie, people in the chat, appreciate you being there, or positive feedback. But I wasn't getting enough feedback even to continue streaming. Like I said, I would like to stream just because it helped with my research. Just to keep reading these articles and to read them out loud and then to listen to myself read them back. I probably would have kept on doing it, but I wanted, like I was talking about, I wanted to be involved locally, so I took a job coaching chess, and that's actually going pretty well. Like I haven't really been sharing any of my local chess coaching because their kids or it's cultural. Um, okay, yeah, thanks, Beam. I'm coaching in a Martin Luther King High School, almost an all African American school, and there's a big cultural divide and intersectionality. And but it's going well. The students are doing well. They're having successes, but not really in a way that I could share. Um, maybe if it works out for the rest of the year and I do it again next year, it'll be in a way where I could share. I could even live stream some of the chess competitions. um, I used to do the rambles of a chess coach at the Detroit Institute of Arts. If it came back, like I would continue doing that. I would like to promote chess, but it's too risky. Like the cultural divide. Me as like Jewish man coaching a bunch of African Americans chess, and kind of the toxic nature in the chat, and I got to protect my students and I got to protect myself. So if that but it is a possibility that we will see more IRL activity in specifically in the chess world, where I would try to stream competitive chess in Detroit. But I don't know how to do that yet, so it's unlikely to happen this year, or at least this school year. Maybe next fall, next school year, if I successfully get through this school year and they keep me on next year. So I guess with that, I'm going to sign off. Like, yeah, memes. I appreciate him coming on, Jennifer. Good to hear her voice and an update. And like, I still speak with Jennifer regularly. Me and Jennifer are possibly going to co-write a book. In fact, like we've been talking regularly and passing back and forth, writings and editing, and um, hopefully this year, Jennifer will come out with a book. Like at least like I'm going to help her edit it. And it's possible we'll even co-write a book, depending on how that works out. Yeah. So memes again, Happy New Year, and memes. If you start writing or want to cooperate, you got to take it to the next level. So like streaming's good, but the old classical writing's probably the best way. So hopefully the blessing, and maybe me and Jennifer will co-author a book, and if it's out in the summer, we'll start doing the rounds, promoting our book, streaming or doing guest tours, and if it works out good, it could even be an IRL tour. So we're working on that, and we'll keep you posted. But there's really nothing to update, and due to the unfortunate toxic nature of the internet, most of it has to be kept under the wraps, and is probably better not expressed right now. But you'll say there is progress being made, and it could be this year. You'll see, Church of Entropy come, publish a book, and it's possible it'll be a co-authored book between me and her. But either way, if she, I'll be editing it for her or co-authoring with her. So we'll keep you posted on that. So God bless. Happy New Year's. Signing off. Blessings to everybody. Reach out, comment, like, share, join my Discord. Reach out in any way, and happy to talk offline, online, share ideas, feedback, anything. So blessings to everybody. Thanks for tuning in, and have a great year. Successes in all your paths. Pray for best, better things. And fortunately, me and Gandalf, um, the world is moving in a scary, negative direction. Unfortunately, I do think we are approaching an extreme bust cycle that could be worse than anything we've ever seen before. So really all we could do is do our best. Put yourself in a situation to survive the bus cycle, make yourself useful, be prepared, and with that, blessings.